of everything. So what I understood from her is that somebody in the government should be doing that, even doing the compensation and going round and seeing those people in the hospital. However, Hanifa, with the help of everybody else and Gen Zs and diaspora kila mtu, tumekuja tukasaidia, and she's been running very very smoothly, compensating, trying to make sure that she has formed a very strong group ambayo wana visit watu in the hospitals and whatnot. Now listen, quite opinionated is saying this. How about we, number one, I'm just bringing this up front. How about we start vetting good politicians? For instance, mlikuja mkasema hapa sijui tumchague nani, yoitwa nani, the person that was in the Ministry of Education, simkumbuki yoitwa nani. However, when Gen Zs went in, they went down and under, and they actually did vetting on this gentleman. They were like, no, 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 he's not fit, and it's because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we can have a group that's just throwing names, and then you just vet the person. How do they handle themselves? Do they show up in parliament? When they were in the ministries, how are they able to hold themselves? If it is a group of lawyers, for people to go to the high court and be nominated to lead us in different departments in the political scene, float a lawyer, a good lawyer, Kibwana, or even younger lawyers that people have been complaining about. Walienda wakafanya diploma, walienda wakafanya degrees, but they're still hanging out there with no jobs. Vet those people. If we'll not be able to get them to parliament, then there comes another thing. Let's come up with businesses, those who are able to, those who are the people in diaspora who are very, very vast with businesses. Tunajijua. Okay, we come together. Let's see what we can come up with in this time of scarcity, and we can be able to create jobs for our people. Let's form a group. Let's see what business can thrive right this second. If we have businesses that are running right now, how about we come together and we see, hey, watu wa nyumbani, how can you come to my business so that I can grow? I can employ you guys. We can continue to build other branches. Like, let's put our minds together and build what the government is not doing at the moment. What we have heard from the president, I was there again for 20 minutes, and I could not take it after he said that the dead people and their families to be brought to State House. Then akasema yule kijana sijui aliuliwa vipi, yule mtoto wetu. I swear to God, that kid had 8 bullets. Anyway, let me not go there. But I understood, quite opinionated, very, very clearly, and I think that's a different thing. I think should be part of the agenda. So what are we doing parallel to what should be done that we are able to do? Let's go to the extent that we are able to do. If we come up with a business and we're getting a pushback from the government, maybe they don't want to register our businesses. If we come up with a company and we know this is going to work well, we do have the Gen Z, so that means that we have the market. If they don't want us to register the business for whatever reason, then we will have the attorneys to represent us. So please, 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 let us listen to what she was saying, and that's what I took home. This is a wider discussion that we can have, and if you guys can reach me out. Let's see how we can figure this thing out. We can do this. Again, scarcity is the mother of invention. Let's become inventors in this time of scarcity. The second thing that I wanted to say, is I think I put it all together, the scarcity and creation of businesses, creation of opportunities. And the second thing is vetting. Let's start a vetting group. And I don't know how to call it. Let's start vetting people. Okay, if IEBC has to happen regardless, we have to find a way in which IEBC will happen. Kama maandamano ni ya MOH yenye yanakuja Monday, if IEBC does not happen in 10 days like it was promised, let the next maandamano be about IEBC. And then let's start vetting, and let's run from politicians to good governance, like companies. Let's vet company. Let's vet organizations. Let's vet businesses. Let's vet a lot of things that will be able to be born from this movement, other than the political front. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please, let's keep the time, please, and raise your hand, Stafadali, so we can quickly get through the speakers and bring up the next sets of speakers. I had already given you. I don't know if you remember how you followed each other.
Yeah, I
But
remember.
okay, go on then.
Okay, so my name is David. What the reason why I feel like we are kind of losing the point of and playing right into the president's playbook is because the president, first of all, allowed for a public audit of the public debt. That is one of the main reasons why we Kenyans should be fighting for that. We should be calling the people who were nominated to go and vet the government, to come to these spaces and talk to us and give us the strategies that they're going to use to make sure that every single step that they take is public, because we need the evidence to take it to the people who still are on the fence or the people who are still supporting the government. We need the evidence to go to them and show them that here's where the wastage is happening. If the reason why we are out in the streets, because yes, the Gen Zs are out in the streets, we are protesting, we're telling the government, you guys need to go. But you also have to remember, there's people back in the counties who do not really understand why the Gen Zs are protesting. So they feel like, well, these people they just want to get into power so they can uh they can go and get into power and feed themselves. The reason why Faith, I think her name is Faith Odhiambo, should be on these platforms talking to Kenyans is because she is the key to getting rid of the Murkomens, getting rid of the Gashaguas, getting rid of William Ruto himself, by showing that the wastage is the reason why Kenya is in debt. Before we even think about electing anybody, we should make sure that none of these people who will try and stand for office can have a footing to go back to the populace and tell them that, hey, I am not corrupt, so vote for me. No, get rid of them. The way you get rid of them is by having a public uh, audit of every single institution in the government, not just the debt. I mean, public institution. How money is being spent? How tenders were given out? People, how these tenders were fulfilled? If they were not, who got the money? Was the money returned back to the government? And all that. You have the ammunition that once you present it to the people will have no option but to say, yeah, this guy's got to go. The reason why we are 2011, 15, even the president doesn't know how much we're in debt, because they do not know what is running in the government. That's why Faith Odhiambo should be up in these uh, spaces, speaking to Wananchi, telling us how the audit is going to take place, how long the audit is supposed to take, and the audit is not supposed to take more than 1 month, because it's not that hard for you to go through a bunch of papers and see where the
Please
wastage is.
land, David. Please land.
Okay, okay, so I'm just finishing up, and that's what I have to. That's one of the words that I was trying to put across, is that despite uh, Otero and and whatever he's done, those are just tactics William Ruto is trying to do to take us away from the true um, uh, goal that is getting him out of office because of corruption. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Mtumishi, please go. Mtumishi, your hand is up. Okay, Bradley. Bradley, can you hear me? Okay. Can anyone hear me?
We can hear you. 1 second. Raymond, are you there? Please raise your hand. David, if you're there, please raise your hand. Jerry, if you're there, raise your hand. Bradley, are you there? Can you speak? Bradley? Okay, Bradley, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, Bradley is not there. Raymond, are you there? Because if you're not raising your hands and you're not responding, then a lot of people are requesting the mic. Will have to drop you, and then when you get a better connection, maybe come back up. And Letty, and then MTU. You're the only two people that have their hands up, so we're gonna have you speak. Raymond finally decided to put his hand up, so Raymond, it's MTU, Letty, you, and then MTU, and then Raymond. Letty, go in.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Is that
Yes.
Letty? Yes, go on, my dear.
Okay, so I've been following the conversations on here for a few days now, and I feel like it's funny how we keep getting swayed. We keep concentrating on the matters that are not important, like who's hosting the space, who hosted the president. And I'm thinking, we are on the streets, one, for ourselves and for a bigger picture. And I think we need to recenter and focus and ask ourselves, why am I on the streets? Because if I'm on the street because I had a conversation on a space on Twitter and I trusted the host who I do not know, then that's not the right cause. So I think my message is, let's recenter and focus, because I feel like we're changing the momentum here. It's not as passionate as it was in the beginning. And we are supporting you from the diaspora. And I do have my cousins who've come to Maandamano. So, we actually have family who are participating. And about the expectations on Ruto's space today, I'm not sure why we had very high expectations of him, because people don't change overnight. We've already identified that he's Machiavellian and he has low moral standards. So I'm not sure why you would expect him to come and give you sympathy. Are you expecting him to come and pretend to be someone that, you already know what his character is like? And everyone in government right now, we have narcissists, we have psychopaths, and, people who are there for themselves. They're very self-centered. They're not going to change regardless of what they say. So we have to say what the bigger picture is. And if we've decided we are the bigger picture is taking them all out, regardless of changed behavior, I feel like they've had the chance to show us changed behavior, but they haven't. And when it comes to vetting, I'm of the idea where I heard from another space that, Gen Z, they can create a party and we can start vetting. People. Now, I am an IT systems engineer and I'm a civil servant. And in the civil service, we have behaviors and competencies. And I'm not sure how these people get their jobs. We would have to create a framework of behaviors that people operate under. And once they break those behaviors, you're gone. Like, you lose your job, because that's the government expectation of you and the public expectation of you. But then we choose people based on competency alone. But competency and behavior go hand in hand. You could be very skilled, but if you're a very skilled, cybersecurity something, and you don't have the behavior to match it, you could potentially be a threat, right? And Coyote Sonko, I think he mentioned that in the space where he said some people like Murkomen, they do not have the competencies to match the jobs that they actually have. So that shows like a break. The vetting process is broken, because how did you land that job without the right skills and competencies and behaviors probably? So yeah, capabilities and skills. And also we need to support the future generation. For example, what example are we setting for the alphas? We can't, I feel like we keep getting, attacking people like, oh, someone did this. Again, someone had to take the fall. And I do not know him, but someone had to host that space. And how I see it is, would you have preferred someone on Ruto's side to host the space and give it to people who've not been contributing from day one? I feel like the hosts we've had, they're very fair and just, and they keep giving people like me who have very low numbers of followers chances to speak. I'm pretty sure if someone
Please
from
wrap
the
up,
State
Letty.
House, yeah, I'm finishing up, sorry. If we had someone from State House hosting that space, we wouldn't have had the chance to talk. So yeah, so I guess my message is recenter, refocus, and yeah, I trust the movement. Thank you.
Thank you, Letty. Mtumishi and Raymond, who is ready. Mtumishi, are you here? Okay, Raymond. Raymond.
Yeah, thank you Hannah. Yeah, so mimi nataka kuongelesha watu kidogo. So like hii space yenye tumekuwa leo, tumeona ile kitu happen na tumeona tukidanganywa live, lakini wale walikuwa kwa mic walishindwa kuuliza hiyo maswali mpaka Coyote Sonko akaingia pale, at least akatu represent kidogo na watu kama sisi tukasikia vizuri. So please the next time, at least wakati mna host space kama hiyo, consider watu kama sisi tunakuwa pale, consider tu msiweke tu wale wanauliza tu maswali zenye mnataka peke yake. And then about the way forward, hapo ndio nilikuwa nataka kujua sana. Like unajua tumeshinda tukisema hapa hivi, we have no leader all the time, we have no leader. Osama amekuwa kihost hizi spaces, Kimuzi pia amekuwa kihost hizi spaces, Afrocentric amekuwa kihost hizi spaces, but ukiangalia sana Osama ndiye amekuwa kishikashika hapo, so maybe that is why walimpatia contract, na hatutamlaumu kwa sababu yeye alikula chenye alikula na akaenda, ni sawa. We have no leader. That means on Tuesday plan yetu bado iko on, na on Thursday bado plan yetu iko on. By the way, that is what I want to see. Kama Tuesday tutatokea na Thursday pia tutatokea. Watu wasipotokea, that means Osama, he was the leader. Unaona? That means Osama was the leader. So tuendelee na plan yetu, wale tunaendelea na plan yetu, tusirudi nyuma. Hapa hivi tumesema agenda ni, it's not about the finance bill. Hapa tumesema ni Ruto must go, na tutadu everything to make sure Ruto ameenda. Unaona? Yeah. So kuna wale watu tumekuwa tukisupport, mimi personally kuna watu tumekuwa tukisupport, kuna watu wamekuwa kinisupport na mimi na support wengine, at least waweze kufika pale town, waweze kuingia maandamano. Hatukatai, sisi wote hatuwezi kufika maandamano, but ile kidogo yenye tunapata ndio tunapatiana, watu wanaingia pale kwa field, na hatutachoka kufanya hivyo mpaka Ruto aende, na asipoenda saa hii ndio tuta make sure kwamba 2027 pia ameenda. So sina mengi, nitaachia hapo kwa sasa. Ile kitu tulikuwa nataka kuweka clear ni ati the next time mna host hizi spaces, ama kama mnaweza kuongea na watu kama kina Osama, just tell them watu consider watu kama sisi. Kama ni nyinyi mnapatiwa, kama ni Afrocentric atapatiwa, kuna mafans wake 2-3 at least wapande mic. Yeah, so mengi tutaongea baadaye, wacha tuachie wengine platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Raymond. Thank you for being brief. Mtumishi, please. Mtumishi?
Mtumishi anaongea, simsikii mimi.
Hata mimi simsikii.
Who was the last speaker? I didn't get his name.
Raymond.
Was it Raymond? Yes. Okay. Mtumishi hausikiki?
Raymond.
Raymond, can you hear me? Raymond, can you hear me?
Yes.
Raymond, can you hear me? 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 Raymond, can you hear me
Let's
Are
not
you there, Mtumishi?
Okay, as you work on your mic, please, Moses, go up.
Yeah.
Moses?
How is everyone? Can you hear me?
We can hear you
Good,
loud
good,
and
good.
clear,
Yeah.
Moses, and
I
thank
just
you
want
for
to.
bearing with us. You've been on the queue for a long time.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah. Okay. So I want to reiterate the conversations that are going on. This is the way to go, and everything is coming out really well. I just want to pinpoint three things. I noted during the engage the president. On the SpaceX. He talked about there's a guy from Kimilili, the last guy who actually questioned him about he doesn't have a job, he doesn't have everything. Then the president was just there talking about they're going to advertise for construction people to apply for jobs next week. I am in the built environment, and I can tell you this affordable housing thing has never been advertised in any forum. I want anyone here with any evidence of any procurement that has been done via the media for those jobs to post it here so that we can see. For me, that was a big lie. That guy should not expect that he's going to get anything. Whatever that president was talking about is something that he doesn't know. The other item I want to talk about is the fact that we need to keep suppressing the members of parliament. I want to give an example of a lady. There's a lady lawyer in the last from I think AIC in Kabete who actually started filing for a petition to remove.
Freedom, can you hear him? Or is it my end?
I think we just lost him.
I think maybe kuna simu imeingia.
Yeah.
Was it Moses who
Yeah,
was speaking?
you can hear me now?
Moses, are you there?
Yeah, I'm
Yes, we can. I think you had a phone call. Hi, go on.
oh no. Okay, fine. So what I'm saying is, let's not give these people, the MPs, any audience. Let them not be mounting on top of CAS to tell us anything. In fact, moving forward, if then we are to vet any other person we're going to elect to be representing us, they need to be coming in these kind of forums where we can actually question them and do due diligence and make sure that the people we are electing are people with sound mind, people who can actually represent the problems that you're having. And I think that way this country can actually be in a better place. The last item is about I always talk about this president is always hopping around, moving around, and is basically I've not seen any tangible effect or any advantage of all those trips he's been making. He needs to sit back here and if he's not gonna sort anything that he's talking about, because all he's talking about are just stories he keep on making. I think it's time we just say this president should go, and the time is now. So let's sustain these discussions. Let's make these discussions an everyday thing until we get this we get to where we're going. Otherwise, those are my very few comments. Thank you all.
Thank you, Moses.
The ones on the speaker, can you please raise your hand so we come in that order, please? Okay. Tumishi, I'll drop you. Ask for the mic. I'll jump you on the queue. You're having a problem with your mic. I'm gonna call again. It's Onyesi, Esther, Odongo, Junes, Jack. Jack has dropped again. Okay. Take the mic, please. Onyesi, are you there? Esther and Odongo, you have your hands raised. Take it over, please. And Jack then.
Okay, thank you, group. I joined late, but I was able to follow up the discussion, and we are still pushing for the justice for the fallen soldiers. And I was able to attend the discussion by the Mr. President. And as one of the previous speakers mentioned, we need to prepare ourselves as youth. I think we need to prepare ourselves with the questions. I think the heart of public speaking is something that we need to improve, maybe to mentor youths, maybe to have a reflection. Public speaking, specifically when given opportunity to ask a representative question, you should not really dwell on individualistic, emotion-based question, but environmental, or I can say group. You should be able to analyze which particular question really represent this particular group which has a concern. I think that is something that I picked from the previous presentation. Most of the speakers were not able to really ask topic-based questions. But it was a very good discussions. Many people were given opportunity, although it was not well balanced. But now, what I encourage our group is that for us to win this particular war, we have to keep on. Just joining the space discussion is something that really adds a point. Let us keep engaged. Let us go back and study. Let's study constitution. Let's study governance. If you are a specialist in a given area, for example, I hold a master's in health economics. It is our responsibility to analyze health policies. Whenever such opportunity shows up, for my profession, I should be able to have a lead questions which really have a cutting cross issues across health sector. We need the same from law students. We need the same from finance students. It is the time for us to express our specialization to help our country. We have gone to school. We should not be much generalized, but be specialists. And I believe we should be able to push our colleagues to have a vote. And you know, vote is power. I'm really pushing in Dedan Kimathi, Nyeri Polytechnic, the colleges around Nyeri, so that our youth can have a voting card, so that is our weapon. I believe and I trust that when we empower our youth, we are going to make informed decisions. We are going to present ourselves in a manner that the society is going to emulate from us. There is a discussion. They were really subjecting, like, why are we doing this? But I was given opportunity to explain, they came to understand our grievances. So let's
right now, and you being in that sector, you should form a working group so that you explain to us what is going on in the health department. Odongo, please, you're up.
Yes,
Odongo.
yes. One of the challenge in health sector right now, which I know we are really, it's in the public domain, is the understanding of the universal healthcare, the approach or maybe the implementation of universal healthcare in the model of the NHIF or in the model of the community insurance, as opposed to the previous. This one, the NHIF was individualistic, and having a social health insurance should be able to cover everyone. But now the main problem we have is that we are increasing the base of coverage, but we do not know how we are going to collect the resources, specifically the finance and even the utilization. So we come to realize that social health insurance, which is proposed, is actually good. It's actually the best. It's actually what we should do. But now our country is a country full of corruption. Our country is a country which has got poor resource tracking. Our country is a country where a public hospital is doing business with the private sector. Our country is a country which has got no knowledge on human resource distribution. We have an imbalanced human resource. So when you walk into, for example, level 1, it's not even a level 1. We do not know the kind of human resource and even the kind of resources which shall be at the level 1. We do not have a good referral structure. But what I can say is that let us not demystify social health insurance fund. It is one of the best. NHIF was more individualistic, where a cost, for example, the cost of treating a given condition. And take, for example, even malaria, which is one of the common disease which is affecting our community. You find the cost is imbalance. In private sector is almost 3 times. And that has really compromised. And now what we are pushing, if someone gets sick, despite their condition, let them be treated. No costing. And that is what social health insurance fund is pushing for, to remove the cost. And removing the cost is what has really bring trouble in terms of packaging and so forth. We just want to remove the cost from a condition. If someone is sick, whether you have a given specialization, we want you to treat that particular person. But that does not mean that I'm supporting the method by which the government is pushing. We have to sit down and ask ourselves, what is our level? Because the defaultant rate of paying the social health insurance fund, if you compare with the Fuliza, and other insurance and the loans we have problems even paying 20 bob. So we have to sit down. What is our limit? It is the best, but again, how can we approach it? So I'll be able to provide much of the insight. As far as now is concerned, we should just ask ourselves, how can we contribute in a manner that we don't cause poverty? Because one of the principles of insurance is to alleviate financial suffering, so that when someone gets sick, after payment, then they get back, they start from zero, or they may not be even able to afford. So removing the cost attached to condition is something that we should work on, so that we think about resources. How can we collect resources to treat, but not attaching a cost to the patient? Thank you very much. And I welcome any other questions, but I know my health colleagues around in the space. We should be able to improve and work and then make sure that the social health insurance is one of the key to universal healthcare coverage.
Okay, Odongo. Maybe you could collect a group of you who have knowledge on this, so that next time we hold a space where there are people who are skilled in different, in an expansive way.
Yes.
Thank you,
You can
Odongo.
give us, you can actually run a topic of the discussion, so that you can we can come up as a panel of discussion, so that we can dissect the element, all the packages, from the household, to comprehensive coverage, to we can try to dissect in a manner that we can now know which parties are burden on a given household. And as far as Kenya household is being classified as a household of above poverty, which is $1, $1 per day. So we can come up with that discussions to discuss and give way forward to the implementers.
Okay. I think we'll have a talk with Afro, and then we'll come up with those discussions. So I'm not seeing any hand up, and that means we are going to drop all the speakers on the panel. Please raise your hand. If you're on the speaker. Ayo? Ayo?
History ya kure. Unanisikia?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
History ya kuraise hands, tuchukue tu venye tumeingia. Anyway, this is what I want to say. Me, I won't even take your time. I have two issues. Tomorrow is on Saturday. We have Saturday, Sunday. What happens on Monday? What happens on Tuesday? Are we still going on the streets on Thursday? Those are my simple questions to the KOT, or rather KOX in this space. I heard that you're going to light up a candle on Monday. I don't know about that. Or whatever was going to happen on Monday, I don't know. There's something that was planned for Monday. What happens on Tuesday? Are we going to the streets? Are we going to raise placards on the streets on Tuesday? Because I don't know. Whatever happened on the Twitter space today, having seven people speak on behalf of the 2 million youths out there, or Gen X, or rather Gen Z and youths out there, were our issues addressed? I don't know about that. So, my question to you guys: what happens on Tuesday and Thursday? Are we still going on with the normal curriculum, or we've changed the curriculum? Is the timetable still the same, or have we changed the rhythm? Those are my simple questions. Everything that we are yet to address, the government is yet to address. Saizi, I think ni stories za jaba. Hii gava sidhani kama inatusikia. I think we just have to make it work. Sawa. So for me, those are my two questions that I really need to know. The way forward, at least for now.
Okay, thank you, Ayo. I think on Monday we are going with the medics to Afya House, right? They're having their Occupy MOH on Monday.
Oh,
So
so
on Monday
Monday,
we are.
on Monday, Occupy MOH. Tuesday,
I have no idea about Tuesday, but I know on Monday we have Occupy MOH and we are all going to show up. All of us. On Monday, we are supporting our medics. Someone died trying to help all of us. Others were injured. I mean, if you saw the last video of the lady who was talking to the police officer, you know how she felt the pain of it. She's trying to save a life while the police officers are tear gassing them. Yet, those were interns, if I'm not wrong. Those are the people who do not have jobs. Those are the people that hii gava imekandamiza. I don't even know what kandamiza means, but imekandamiza. That is what it has done. So we go there, support them fully, fully. That's yes. I don't know if she was reshuffled, but Nakumincha has to go home. Honestly speaking, Ruto has the most daft people in the cabinet. And someone said people get those positions by merit. Really, those people get just those positions by who you know where. I can even go with my class 2 certificate and be given a position as long as I know who Wetangula is. And it cannot keep happening like this. So we support the all I know is on Monday we are supporting our doctors. Fully 100%, we will be there with them.
but you see, sorry for coming back again. But you see, here's the thing. I'm trying to, and I wish I could. It's just that that Twitter space haikuwa ina watu wako wanapewa mics, watu walikuwa washachagua watu watapea mics. But you see, here's the thing, and we need to start driving that agenda. Having old people in parliament, having old people in these whatever these seats, people like Akina Sijima DVDs, juu akina Moses Kurian, they're doing nothing. They're just tumbocrats and adding money on their accounts, and there's nothing they're doing for us. Hakuna service delivery inafanyika. Those are the conversation we need to start having. How can we get these people off those streets, and let's have young people who know the plights of the country, who know that ukikaa hapo ukicheza after 5 years tunakutoa, ama tunaweza kuimpeach na uende home, and we don't give a damn. The other day we hosted Salasia, hakuna shit mse alikuwa anasema, sorry for using the S word, hakuna kitu ya maana alikuwa anatuambia. He was just joking around. Even me, I think I can do a better job. Even you, Hannah, I think you can even do a better job in public office. So what are we doing in that course? Yes, we've started the fight. Can we just keep these conversations going, whereby we need to start rethinking the people we have in office? We go to the grassroots level. kama umse do job, we just go the same way venye tumekatch attention ya government saizi. Right now I'm sure they're scared. If you guys, there's an audio, the screen record that is trending of KOT. He spoke my heart. I wish ningepewa a chance, mimi ningeongea the same thing. We need to start having those conversations, and these people in government need to know that ukijoke hivi bro, tunakuanika na unaenda home. Una get? So those are the, let's go there on Monday for the doctors. Tuesday, let's see what will happen. The more we go on the streets, the more we'll get that attention, the more we'll get service delivery, the more we will change our country. Because if they have to kill all of us, fine. Let them kill all of us, right?
June, go up. Hi, June.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, God. I didn't even know how to put my hand up because I am one of the millennials. I am so privileged to be on this space. I have literally joined Twitter because of this. And I just want to appeal that you guys bear with us as our millennials, our Gen X. I promise you, we are right behind you. We get a bit intimidated because we do not know where to fit in this space. But I just want to give you a very small history about myself. I was you people when I was 19 years old. I studied political science, I studied international relations, and we fought for the referendum, we fought for the constitution, and we were being shot. And I was a youth leader then. And one thing you must know, guys, youth is beautiful. When you're young, you have so much energy, you have so much promise, your brain is at its optimum. You have to understand the power you have. The power you have, I promise you, there's no Ruto or whoever you're talking about who can beat you with it. Ruto's history it's very, I mean, it's a bad history. I've known Ruto since I was a very young girl, and I know he's not a good person. And I can divulge that in another time if I'm given another opportunity. But I promise you guys, you can see my second name. I'm literally from his hometown. This is not a good person. And I'm talking like this, knowing very well that I have business and I have opportunities that will probably have to work with him. I don't care if this interferes with that situation. Why am I saying this? You people are saying now you don't have jobs. We don't have jobs, even us. That's why you're seeing our generation. People now have become con men. You have to now become a mweshimiwa. You have to become a literal thief to literally survive in these streets. And now us, we have children. And how do you bring up children? I mean, you have to provide for your children. So guys, this vetting you've talked about, very important. And it's very simple. You see someone like Karen Nyamu and then people are like, oh, Karen Nyamu, oh, this is the lady who likes dancing. I don't know, what's her name? Millicent Omanga. And then those are your women leaders. Have you even heard of one woman leader coming to talk about or even teteaing the lives of the women who lost their children? I promise you, if it was my child who had been shot, I would have gone to State House with a gun. I shoot whoever I will, and we'll die together. This joblessness you're talking about, we experienced it very painfully. Voting, guys, I have been one of those people who spend my personal money every campaign to ensure that the youth go out and vote. All this talk, fine. I believe in the whole system overhaul. Ruto must go. His whole cabinet must go. His MPs must go. I believe in all that. But guys, come 2027, even if not Ruto, who's there? Can we please get our voting cards? Can we please vote? And at the end of the day, guys, there's no two ways about this situation. You had gained so much strength and you had beat this man when he was down. And you said Ruto must go. Now this restructuring is taking so long. And he's regrouping. Him and his people are regrouping. And as I said, I have so much inside information. I'm sure some of you maybe might check up my background or whatever. But He's now regrouping, he's getting his confidence back. He's buying your leaders. I don't care about those leaders who are being bought. Don't worry, they're always there. Even you right now, if somebody gives you 20 million and you don't even know how you're going to pay your kids' school fees, you don't know how you're going to pay your rent, you'll take it. Even 1 million you'll take. But you move ahead with the team that you have, the people who have a purpose, the people who have a drive, and monitor your leaders. Monitor your leaders throughout this. Don't go and then, I mean, you're like, oh, but she was good. If someone messes up once, that means you're not for the cause. Not for the cause. Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. And I promise you, millennials are behind you, Gen Z are behind you. Even our parents are behind you, just that they're scared. Our parents are the ones who used to tell us, don't even go protest, and we used to go. Our parents are the ones who used to tell us, don't even go protest, and we used to go. It's the mindset that they had then. So, guys, kindly keep up the good work. Keep the pressure on. You guys don't even know the kind of power you have. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, thank you, June. Thank you so much for the encouragement.
Mhm.
Now, your hands up, please. The speakers on the mic. Okay, Engineer Alex, please go.
Hello guys, it's Alex here. So if we agree, we get one person, and also we form ourselves a very strong movement and choose people who are credible enough to be good leaders, people who understand actually what is governance. It's not about getting public coffers, getting money, and they driving big cars and all that. So at the end of the day, we are fighting for the future of our children as well as for us. Remember, if you don't get it right now, in the years to come, we'll be old. We don't have actually any energy left to fight for those people who will be actually doing the vice versa. Because those who are behind us, they are learning
Please,
from us. So just the other part to wind up, I think we should also put the IBC reforms in our agenda. We have to push for that, because what is going to happen is that in this case, if we don't get IBC in place the way it is supposed to be reconstituted, that means these guys we are going to steal votes. Then when they steal votes, they are going to impose themselves to us. And then when they get that office will be the same old script. So we don't want that narrative of the elections have been stolen. I'm sure before we get that, we'll be able actually to get very good technologies. But now we are going to monitor our votes before they are stolen. So then the other thing is we have to keep pressuring the cabinet has to be dissolved. There are proper guys, there are people who are actually learned and qualified for those positions. The kind of people we have right now, I don't think whether they are the right people actually to rule, not even
wrap
not
up.
even a village. So we have to keep on pushing. We are not going to surrender. We have to push and get all other people on board. Every other time you give a call to the people who are maybe in the villages, talk to them. Tell them what is happening. There are people who are not on X. There are people who are not on TikTok. Keep telling your mother, your father, your grandmother, your grandparents. Keep telling them what is happening on the ground. We need change. Change is now. We don't have to wait. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. I'll go to, please let's keep it to 2 minutes now because time is not on our end. And then Blessed and Moses, someone on the request, please drop and come back. You've been there for a long time and I can't seem to be able to add you. So please drop and request again. Okay, let's go to Senator Tata, I think.
Hi, Freedom.
Hi.
Can I please go next? I've been here for 5.5 hours now, but on the speaker panel, just joined right now. I'm about to exit, maybe to have my 2 minutes before others.
Who is speaking? Sorry.
My name is Gaddafi Abdi Hakim.
Okay. Hi,
Yeah,
Gaddafi.
I'm from. Yeah, I'm good. I'm from Rongai. I have been on the protest on the CBD and also in Rongai, and I've spoken twice on these live spaces. So I just want to thank the organizers of this because this is the best form of public participation and the leaders are listening. Now, for me, I feel we've reached a time where we must define the milestones of this movement and look at what is achievable and what we are able to achieve as the next milestone. For me, I don't agree when we take up a very generic kind of a target to try and achieve. Like, for instance, I'm speaking for like someone who voted Ruto, and I'm also speaking as a person who need Ruto out of office today. But if we say Ruto must go, is that going to happen anytime soon? We must ask ourselves that. That person is not going to resign. Somebody just described him here. His person who is hungry for power. That is not somebody who is going to step down anytime soon. So, what is it that you're supposed to look at? If you're going to focus on accountability as youth, let's look at accountability and see what is the next thing that we can call to order. We've defeated the finance bill. Is the next thing the IABC? If you're going to target the IABC, what do we need to see next? We need to sorry. We need to see IABC formed.
Go on, Gaddafi, go on.
Okay, great. So I was saying that we need to talk to our Gen Z and millennials and focus on mass voter registration, mass ID picking, and those kind of things, because right now the processes have been streamlined. I'm sure the government of the day will be more scared when they see us registering and queuing for voters' cards, for IDs at a time like now when these kind of things happen towards the election. We also need to focus on things that are happening in our country today that are not economically viable. For instance, we have counties that cannot fund even 10% of their budgets. Why do we need 47 counties in a country like Kenya? Okay, we cannot compare ourselves with US. In my opinion, we need like 8 counties. There is a lot that needs to be merged. When you exit the space for counties, we need to look at some of the state agencies. And I'll give an example of the Ministry of Energy here in Kenya. You are having KPLC, you have Ketraco, you have KenGen, you have REREC, you have Kenya Pipeline, all of them having some elements of duplicating our work. We can have just KPLC doing what KenGen is doing, what all the others are doing, and then we stop having so many agencies that are siphoning a lot from treasury. At the end, each department is trying to fund foreign travel expenditures for their people, tea for their people, a lot of per diem for movement, and a lot of wastages going at hand. So we have a lot of failing institutions, and I feel as a country we are not mature enough to have the number of institutions that we have. So I feel a lot needs to be galvanized, and we need to come up with a new target and say this is what
Please
we are
wrap
going to
up.
target. If it's IBC, it needs to happen next week. As I finalize, there is this debate that is boring a lot of us who are on the demonstrations, to be honest. The issue of somebody is claiming to be our leader, somebody has been bought, this and this and that. This is a leaderless movement. And if one person is bored, that is just a drop in the ocean. We are too many. Doesn't matter how many followers that person have. Let's focus on the goal. Last thing, if you allow me, is the issue of we should be able to isolate peaceful protesters with those that are coming to cause chaos. I listened to the president. I was in Rongai. There is a video that is trending of some people who killed the policeman that was killed. I think the video is there. That person, it's true, he was killed. We know him is a policeman here in Rongai. His gun was dispossessed. And right now, we have given the government an excuse to say that that is the gun that was used to kill Onyango and to destroy a lot of other people who are killed. But because the videos are there and we can spot these people who killed a policeman, why can't we take it as our own initiative as Gen Z to flag those people and expose them in the same manner that we are exposing the rogue police officers? Because on Monday, when we occupy MOH and those kind of people show up, it will be branded as a blanket. Gen Z, they are starting to be like this and like this, and they are not peaceful protesters anymore. So I feel in the same energy that we are flagging off the rogue policemen, we should use the same energy to expose those within us that are causing these kind of things, because we are seeing them, and we don't want to look selective when we are coming now to flag who is bad and who is good in this revolution. Let's keep focused, and I believe we'll win. Thank you very much for the chance.
Thank you, Gaddafi. Thank you so much. And also thank you for the clarification about the Rongai matter. That is very informative. And then I don't know, what did the president say about there's one police who is from Uganda. He's not even Kenyan, and he was on the streets shooting. What the? Who even does that? He is Ugandan and he was on the street shooting Kenyans. I mean, that should be actually be treasonous. What was that?
What was that?
So
So
I
um,
I
I
okay.
I okay.
Okay, Senator Tata, your hand was up. Please go. Senator Tata. Okay.
I think when you did the mute, it double mutes. Senator Tata, do you want to take the mic off over? And the rest, please, if you can have your hands up. A lot of people are complaining there. Or Senator, the mic is yours. And the ones who are on the platform, please raise your hands, and so we can give the rest a chance. A lot of people on the request, they've been here for long. 3 minutes, please stick to the time. I think Freedom, you should actually do the timing, please.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity. You can hear me?
Loud and clear.
The movement is in order. I mean the millennials. The only thing I know about Ruto is not a person who really understands better language than violence. And I think that is the reason why he had to drop the finance bill only and after it looked like it was going to be very violent, especially after the forceful entry to the parliament. Number two, Ruto has been in government for quite a long time. Remember, he was a student to the former, I would call him dictator, the late Moi. So he has all the government machinery with him. I am sure he's one person who understands the laws of power, the 14 laws of power. And what he's trying to do now to intimidate the leaders of the movement is to strike the shepherd and to ensure that the sheep scatter. My concern is I've been at the epicenter of the demonstrations in the capital city because my office is just on Moy Avenue next to some building there. But the kind of things I've seen in that town are worrying because we have thugs who take over, especially in the afternoon. I was in town on the Tuesday that the Gen Z broke into Parliament, and it was regrettable because everybody was being tear gassed from behind the town. And it is really regrettable. But you can be sure the president will not understand any other language other than violence. He will not understand anything else other than an agenda which is motivated by multitudes of people. The only question I have is the sustainability. Kuna msemo wa Kiswahili unasema ngoma ya vijana haikeshi. So I don't know what modus operandi is in place that after like what happened after the much pressure that he dropped the finance bill, how then does the movement sustain its activity and the push for better governance? It is time that we put in place proper mechanism to sustain the pressure because the country needs proper governance. It's not only the millennials and the Gen Z who are oppressed. I can tell you everybody in the country, from the civil servants, everybody is just feeling the heat of
Please, Rafa.
poor governance
Please.
from the government. So I have not much to say other than to congratulate the organizers. Do not worry when your shepherd is struck. I have seen people talk about the Osama and everybody else, and we need to keep moving and keep the pressure on. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Whose hand was up first? I'll go with Blessed. Blessed
you.
Prince.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, I can hear. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I was waiting for a long time. My point is, during the day, we heard what the president talked about, and some of us, like me, I didn't join that live, but I've just been going through whatever he was doing or whatever he was talking to the people. But that was for the people who are listening to him. What we were to do or what we are going forward with is to ensure that this man is out of power together with this government. So I had one brother of mine saying that on Sunday, as we are going to do that Sabasaba, let's take that strategy of going to every constituency for the MPs who voted yes. Let us ensure that they feel the heaviness. And as how he said that those who will resign, let them resign with our force. So my point is, let's keep on pushing, because when I heard that the one who was hosting the other space was hosting, I just lost my total hope, because now how can you listen to a terrorist? How can you listen to a public murderer? It means you are negotiating, and when you get into his box, you want to get out. I had lost total hope. But when I came to this space and I saw Afrocentric hosting, and the points which were being talked about here, I gained my hope, and I know we are on the track and we are going to achieve whatever we will. This is a marathon. It doesn't matter at what pace will we finish, but our aim is to finish according to our plans. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I'm sorry for those who lost, our heroes who lost their lives. And let's meet there. Let's go and support those doctors. In fact, that lady who spoke to the police, and the police said that we are going to kill more and more. I really felt the pain, but it's that way. These doctors have really done their level best to ensure that they give us the correct and the sufficient treatment we needed from them. Thank you, and may God bless Kenya.
Thank you very much. God bless Kenya. God bless everyone. As you said, and I don't see those hashtags. Guys, let's not lose hope. Hope is still alive. But he has bigger voice than Osama, and that is all of you in the platform. Okay, but tafadhali, um, keep keep the hashtag going. Please don't unmute your mic. You'll be given the chance, and the rest will have. So please follow Afrocentric. I think he's the hero here. You've seen what those uh, uh, big wigs are doing. Yeah, you the ones hear the voice and the message. It's still the same, still in check. It's to get Ruto going. So please keep the hashtag going. We have plenty of us here. Follow each other, amplify your voices. And that's all we can do. Do not rely on anybody else. Rely on each other. Look at your left, look at your right. And then 3 minutes. So the plenty of people who are requesting the mic. We'll start with Galma, we'll go to Msume, we'll go to Ndula, we'll go to in the what AM, we'll go to physical, in that order. Tafadhali.
Thank you. You can hear me?
Thank you. You can hear me? Loud and clear.
Thank you so much. I'm joining you from Isiolo County. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I will not have to repeat the points that have been given by fellow comrades. Mine is just to get into the way forward. And
Galma, kabla hujaanza, it's very interesting that you say it from Isiolo. Please, I'll give you the time to do your submission. I wanted to ask you something. Somebody was caught up, the Isiolo people were memshika. He had petroli and he had matches, and you did walk him down to the police station. Did he say who asked him, one of those groups? Who who bought him? Who made him do that? Did he say that? And we've also seen another video circulating, a guy that stopped people from vandalizing something. He was aligongwa na mawe kwa kichwa, and then he was accusing somebody else. He was accusing the governor. He said those are governor's boys. They're the ones who sent those guys to disrupt the Mandamano, and they were hired guns. If you could give us a little bit of information in regards to that. Thank you, Galma, and go ahead with your submissions.
Yeah, thank you. Just 1 minute on whatever what you've asked me. I can confirm, a good number of people have confirmed that there are politicians who have a vested interest. And unfortunately, there are some people who sent goons from the office of the governor and the county assembly, like the whole county government, who wanted to take use of the Mandamano. We said we are going to occupy governor's office. That was what we did on July 5th. The young man by the name Salah Tadicha, who was injured in the process. And actually the people who injured him, goons, that one I can verify. Yep, the one that was caught with the marches and everything also. Though it's very early to mention, but honestly speaking, I can tell you the politicians had a vested interest. And currently, as we are engaging with young people on different platforms, it has really came out very clearly that the county government, we wanted to hold them on why is it that the 75 million bursary that was supposed to be released on the just ended financial year 2023-2024 was not released, and why is it that there was no report that was submitted to explain the same? And also on the health, like our mortuary is still not working and everything. So I think as a way of just trying to take advantage of what is happening nationally, that the goons have infiltrated the Gen Z protest in Nairobi and other areas, they wanted to use the same justification. But yeah, I'll be able to keep you updated on some things that are happening. Going to my submission, I think now my 3 minutes will start now. Thank you so much, everybody. I think one thing we really need to do, and this is something that in my platform that I run on TikTok, and I try to teach the people from Northern Kenya on issues of accountability. It has proven successful. People, especially in the counties of Isiolo and other ASAL counties, have started understanding how to hold their leaders accountable. The way forward is we need to enhance the importance of having voters' civic education in leading to 2027. Definitely, that is the most legitimate way we can remove these guys. And if need be, we need to plan properly. If there are graphic designers here, we can come up with infographics, movement pledges, info cards, identifying areas of intervention by selecting reasonable TikTok and X influencers. Reasonable, that is the word. In a way that, like there is a guy whom I follow on TikTok, his name is The News Guy. If we are going to empower people who will be making important information and educating materials on how they can follow up on identifying good leaders, I think that will be the best way forward, starting now. Secondly, I think we need to also cascade the conversation to local level. We need to take use of community social halls, religious gatherings in wards and ward meetings in raising political awareness. And this can be done. Already, I've tried this in my ward, Kina ward. We've organized for meetings with young people. I participated in the finance bill, parliamentary finance bill, public participation in my ward. We've been doing the same on county integrated development plans. So we need to go back to the villages and tell our parents, this is 2024. Please listen to us. Remember, you sold those cows, you sold those goats to take us to school. Now we need to tell you why you took us to school. We need to show you the relevance. So I think we need to go back to the villages and have this kind of engagement. So already in Isiolo, my sister and Afrocentric, we are doing this. And we are just using money from our pockets. It has really proven successful. Third, I think we need to empower people on fiscal education, especially on budget making processes. Up to now, people think that budgets are just made, money is released, everybody gets the budget and everything is released and everybody gets whatever they want. If we are going to educate people on why there is spending bill, budget papers, county integrated development plan, annual development plan, and we empower young people, this is a strategy that will lead to 2027. This is the only lethal weapon that we can use to empower a fellow youth, and by telling them, if an elderly man will ask you, if an elderly person will ask you, why do you think we need to empower young people? You give them these reasons. And the final submission is we need to develop, and this is just my opinion, I don't know how we can take it. I don't really agree with the establishing a national party for now, but we need to develop a national database for members in a way that we need to come up with a movement, not a political party, a movement that will be identified by issues. And there was a guy with health economics who spoke about some issues here. If somebody like Afrocentric, we are going to have a national database. It's like a pledge. You send, let's say, a Google form to every young man and you tell them you need to take a pledge on which areas you are going to identify and how you are going to cascade these initiatives to the county level. And this is also going to inform on how young people can prepare on voting processes. That is very important. You saw today the Labour Party, when they won in the UK, the Labour Party, when they won in the UK, this is something they started more than 10 years ago, more than 8 years ago. It's a process, They never came and defeated the Conservatives just in a day. So we need to begin this process. We need to empower everyone politically. People take politics as an event. Politics is a process. So those are my submissions, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Asante.
Thank you. Please, Nicholas, please mute your mic. Nicholas,
Sorry.
please mute your mic. Okay. And Jackson, also mute your mic. Please do not unmute your mic
Okay.
until we call you to
I
speak.
hope everyone can hear me.
Okay. Who is speaking? In the AM or Jackson?
Unanisikia?
Please mute your mic until we call out your name, please, so that the person who is speaking doesn't get echoes. All right. So we were at in the AM and then Jackson and then Abdi Fatah and then Patriotic and then Psycho. Yeah. I mean in the AM, please go. Okay. In the AM, can you hear me? All right. Please go. In the AM.
In the
Okay.
AM, can you hear the co-host talking to you? Okay, physical, Abdi Fattah, M. Sume, MBG, MB, and then hizi majina zitaniua mimi. Mdula.
No, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, then please do your submission because we can't keep calling and then there's a lot of people on the request. Please, guys, your hands up until you speak,
Yeah.
then you can put your hands down.
So, anyway, I've been here since like 4 p.m. I'll be honest, I'm kind of disappointed in how things have gone in this space because it's kind of sounded like just people are just complaining about the same thing over and over again without giving any actionable points. And actionable points is what we need. So I'm just gonna say a few things because I'll be honest, I've been outside of Kenya for the past 2 years, actually since the inauguration of the new president. So I can't say I've been like really there to experience what has been happening since the new president came in. If you guys can't hear me, by the way, let me know because siwezi jua kama mnanisikia ama mnisikii. Can one of the hosts or co-hosts please confirm?
You're loud and clear. Continue with submissions.
Thank you. Okay, so for me, I want to talk about two things. And that is the things that we need to act on are going to be hindered by some few things. Number one, the average Kenyan. The average Kenyan, for me, I'm going to describe them in three different terms. Number one, the average Kenyan is a sellout. this is not an indictment of every single Kenyan. And I know many people will probably not like what I'm saying, but the reality is the average Kenyan is a sellout. Every Kenyan has a price. Even a few hours ago, there was someone who came here and say, we should forgive, but never forget the people that, are forefront of the protests and everything. But, maybe they were paid money or whatever. Every one of us has a price. That's bullshit, in my opinion. Sorry, I'm pardon my French, but that's just how I feel. That's how I express myself. So, hii story, everyone has a price, is shit. But that's what we need to understand. The average Kenyan, akipewa pesa kiasi fulani, they are going to sell out. Number two, the average Kenyan is a tribalist. We've been consistently saying our movement is tribe-less. But even in the past less than 1 month, when we look at people like Kina Hanifa or people like Kina whoever, let me focus on someone like Hanifa, for example. A lot of people have been against her simply because she's either a woman or a Muslim or a Somali or whatever. We have this mtu wetu mentality that I don't know whether Gen Z or our generation is going to be against or we are going to be able to overcome. But as I can speak of as of now, from what I've witnessed on the platform, all the spaces we've had over the past like 1 month or something, that statement still holds a little bit true. And the other thing is that the average Kenyan has this thing which is like what's the best way to the memory of a goldfish. Today we are complaining about a lot of things, but in the next few months or by 2027 we will have forgotten about all of these things. Ruto will be able to mount a very successful campaign because he was the vice president in the past regime where we suffered and he was part of it, and yet he was able to convince a very large number of Kenyans to vote him in. Right now, we don't even have an electoral commission, so he's still going to be able to do the same things that he did because the average Kenyan is not going to be able to deal with that. But I digress. Let me stop even talking about that because that is like just a reflection of the society that we live in. And I know many people probably they're not going to be happy with it, and that's fine. But that's just how I personally see things. I'm going to talk about some of the things that the president talked about today in the space that he was in. Personally, I'm in the tech community. I am affiliated with one of the biggest tech companies in the world. For the past few months, I've been working with this company to bring major tech investment into the country to foster and invest in the tech talent that we have in this country. For us to be able to build or solidify products that are built for the region, in the region, by the people who are currently in the region. Yet, we have a president who is there today actively advocating for brain drain, which is one of the main philosophical discussions that I've been having with this company because these are the things that we agree. We do not want to foster an environment where we equip people with the necessary resources that can help them rather than
Please wrap up.
invest in products that can help the region. We give them an opportunity to then leave the country and go invest in or be of benefit to foreign companies in like Germany or Europe or whatever. Personally, I'm in Europe right now, but I'm in Europe working to bring the resources that I have had back into the economy in Kenya. So the fact that we have a president who is currently actively advocating for this thing that he fucking calls, sorry, pardon my French, I'm probably gonna use the F bomb a lot, but
And please
someone
land.
who is advocating for uh, exporting the talent that we have, which is actually a lot when you compare to a lot of the African countries, exporting this talent to countries in Europe or the US or Asia or whatever, this is a main problem because this is basically facilitating brain drain, which is actively discouraging major companies from investing in our economy. This is a problem. These are the things we're supposed to be talking about. And the things that we have been complaining about for the past few hours or the past few days,
Okay,
the
please
finance
wrap
bill,
up.
for sure. 100%. We rejected it. We fought against it. I applaud my generation and the generation that comes after me and the generation that my children are going to be a part of for fighting against this and getting the benefit out of
In the
it
AM,
in a
can you
way
hear
that
me?
we can prevent them from having certain responsibilities that we can prevent. But at the same time, there are very many other
Hannah,
bills
can you hear me?
which we need to fight against. For example, the ICT bill. If you look at the tech industry in Kenya, a lot of the people are self-taught. So this thing where we have to regulate every single thing, we have
Hannah,
to
can you hear
tax
me?
every single thing, it's a problem. So
Yes, I can. And if you can conclude your point, you've already gone
wait,
over the point.
Hannah, you need to chill out a little bit because to be honest, you've ranted for a while, and I am in a position to give very key information. For example, a few months ago, Kenyans remember that
Freedom, are you there?
Ruto
Yes,
mentioned,
I'm here.
chill out.
Yes, I'm here.
Ruto mentioned
Okay. Everyone was on speaker. In the AM, please, so that the rest can speak. Can you hear me?
I think in the AM, can't hear you. In the AM, please conclude.
In the AM? Okay.
So we need to make sure that we can hold this government accountable. That is the most important thing. The thing about that we are complaining about or everything else, that's not the important thing. We need to make this government accountable. We need to make sure that the things that they talk about in these spaces that they come into, for example, today, Ruto talked to maybe 8 people in total, and yet there is nothing he said that was of importance. There is nothing he said that was anything new. We basically gave him another campaigning platform. We need to stop these things from happening. We need to make sure that we are in a position where we can hold the government accountable and prevent people who are unqualified from holding positions in government. Duale
In
is
the
someone that I've
AM?
known since I was 8 years old when he was a vice chairman in the committee of my primary school. He talked nonsense then, he talks nonsense now.
In the AM,
These are
can you
not
hear
people we
me?
should have in leadership positions in this country. And the fact that we have them points to a very significant problem.
Okay, in the
Because we
AM,
as
you have
Kenyans,
in the AM, the co-host is speaking to you and you can't hear. You're still going on. You've gone
Anna, you
over
need to
the
chill
time.
out because you talk too much
Okay.
without listening. You talk too much without listening.
No. In the AM, no, please. Let's not get.
Anna, you need to chill out. You talk too much.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Just forget about that. Can we give the next speakers? I think he.
Okay, something is going on. Jackson, can you hear me?
Hello, guys. We lost the hosts. Anyone hearing?
Yeah, I can hear you. What? Wait, co-host, what's happening? Co-host, can you hear me? All right, guys. Thank you, co-host Hamna Ali, freedom fighter. Thank you so much for standing in, holding in. Guys, I have a hot request line. Guys. Let me try to get as many of you to the speaker panel as I can. Thank you again, Hannah and Freedom Fighter, for standing in, guy. I wasn't able to host, but they have done a phenomenal job. So please request the mic. I'm giving the mic right now to all comrades. Guys, keep it down. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Patriotic, mic ni yako. Karibu kwenye mic.
Asante. So there's something that the government is driving into citizens, and I think it will be a problem in the future. They're engaging in what we call social stratification, which is essentially classifying people in the ranks that they think people deem fit. There's a language that Ruto has been speaking notoriously, but when you think deep, you realize that this is going to be a problem. The language of unga. Bei ya unga imeshuka. Do you really think in your right mind is the same that is the same language he speaks at Muthaiga Golf Club? Akiongea na wale wenye wako na pesa ati bei ya unga imeshuka. That's the language that is coming to speak to the to the poor people and make them believe that once they are able to afford unga, their life is good. So they cannot think anything beyond that. That is bullshit. And let me tell you the economics behind bei ya unga. There are these fiscal tools. Kama kuna economists hapa hivi na watu wako financial institutions, they'll tell you it's very simple. Normally, when there's a lot of money in the economy, the prices go up, then the goods become like the products are few in the market, then the prices are because there's a lot of money in the economy. So mko na pesa, lakini mko na pesa nyingi ya kununua, lakini you are not getting the thing. So what they do, wanaambia central bank to increase the bank's deposit. Say if it's 5%, wanasema increase to 10%. When they increase the deposit, it means the banks are going to collect the money from the circulation. So pesa zikitoka kwa circulation, banks na hold, there's no money, but now the prices of the goods are there. So unaona, hii bei ya unga inasema shilingi 100, but we don't have the money to purchase. Si ati wameteremsha, ni pesa wamewanyang'anya, ni pesa wamerudisha, wamepeleka. So they are playing with psychology, they are doing nothing. Anyway, there's a way forward that I want us to talk about to avoid losing our people to, let me not say our people, but clearly we need to come up with some strategy to make sure that we are still compact. Ndio jamaa wasikuja kupurchase because numbers really matter to a politician. So my suggestion, the first one was, we should give priority to the small accounts wakiwa wakihost spaces so that kuficha watu wenye wako na following kubwa, because politicians penye wako wakiona hivyo wanafikiria vile watu wanunua. Mtu unaweza kataa mara ya kwanza, but wakikuapproach mara 10 unasema let me give them a chance, but these guys watakuweka kwa kona nyingine yenye they'll spoil your reputation that unaogopa kurudi, na wewe ukitoka ukienda si hatukutaki tena. In any case, hao watu wa account zote watakuja siku moja, wafuate, mkishanunuliwa muende kabisa. Watu wa small accounts wataleta revolution. Hiyo nini yangu imeisha, time yangu imeisha.
Hiyo ni time yako imeisha.
Haya, sawa. Okay, wacha mtu apiki, maybe naweza respond kwa time ningemalizia basi.
Okay. We have Javan. Guys, welcome to the space. Official
Vipi
space.
bro?
Poa, mic ni yako. 3 minutes.
Safi. Yeah, sir. I appreciate the good work you guys are doing. And it's through these kind of spaces that we have been able to bring the government to its toes, and they are able to address our issues. When you look at how members of parliament are behaving, unaona change. You know, the other day I was listening to our senators rejecting the salary increment, and you could see that these guys have started to listen, to understand what the Mwananchi needs and what is healing this country. And I think if we continue this conversation, if we keep this fire burning, as we head to 2027, things will have structured and we'll get the right people for these jobs to take this country to the next level. All said and done, the way forward, because I think that is what we are discussing today. I think the first thing that we need to do is to come out in large numbers and register as voters. Voter registration is a continuous process. When you go to an IBC office today, you get your ID, because I know majority of people who are on the protest, who are on these Twitter spaces, they have just turned 18, or they're 19 or 20, 21 years, so they didn't have a chance in 2022 to vote. Therefore, these are the guys we are encouraging to come out in large numbers and have their IDs, have their voters card, so that when we head to 2027, we'll be able to come out in large numbers and bring the change that we dearly need as a people. Because as much as we are speaking these forums, if we will not have the numbers to marshal support to the kind of leaders that we would like to take this country to the next level of economic growth and political stability and economic growth, then we'll be doing a zero-sum job. Number two, we also need to look
On that
on.
note, on that note,
Yes,
I would like to ask one.
eh?
Hey, wase ukishika mic, do not unmute. Do not unmute. I know it's many times it's your first time to speak on spaces, but please do not unmute your microphone. Javan, please malizia. Wanakula time yako. Nitakuongezea 1 minute. Endelea.
Okay. Okay. Sawa. Nilikuwa nasema we register as voters. And number two, going forward, as young people, we need to come up with our own independent political vehicle, because the political parties that we have in the country, they are not serving our purpose. Therefore, as we continue with these movements, as we continue, speaking this language of transformation, we need to have a political party that is mwananchi oriented, that is progressive, that captures the needs of all Kenyans. A political party that is tribalist, a political party that is not regional, a political party that is not religional, a political party that is of national cohesion, a political party that will capture all the interest of all groups in this country. And that is a political party that maybe we will use in future to get the right people, to get young people who have ideas, who understand what this country needs to parliament. Because as much as we want this change, it is better if we'll have some of us in the parliament bringing this change from inside the system, from the system itself. That is what I would recommend. And we also need to support each other in these kind of spaces, tunafollowana, tunadu nini, so that we can keep this momentum going. And that is the only way we'll be able to bring change that we need in this country. Therefore, my parting shot is to register as voters and we come out in large numbers to vote. But in the meantime, let's continue holding the government into account. Even in our county assemblies,
Sure.
our governors, those guys wako na pesa mingi sana and they are misappropriating that money. Let's keep this, let's devolve this protest, let's devolve these campaigns to our local levels. Let's have our members of parliament, our governors come to these spaces na tuwaulize maswali vile tulikuwa tunauliza president leo, so that we can have everybody on their toes, so that they can do what is expected of them. And most important thing, as I conclude, we need to recommend a constitutional reform where the process of recalling member of parliament will simple and swift. Ili kama mbunge hafanyi kazi, tunamng'oa kwa mamlaka, speed. Asante sana, Afrocentric.
Haya, asante for that submission. Yes, 2027. Najua most of you have your vision set on 2027. Powerful idea. The youth must have their own political party
So,
moving forward. Kinoti, microphone is yours. Kinoti, manze. Mic
thank
ni
you very
yako.
much, Nadia. There is a question that I really wonder why we are asking this question. The president is, we are asking, why did we vote for you? We voted for you not to do what you're doing, to do what we voted for you to do. And I think that is why we voted for you. So if you don't do what we voted you to do, then you must be out. So si president atuambia we woke up in the turokera tena tunamuringira kura, and then amefanya vitu yenye hatukuwa tunataka. So we are holding him accountable for that which he is not doing right now, not what he's doing. So si ati tunakaa hivi kimalenge and he's doing his stuff, and then we are here celebrating tunamsherekea akijenga choo which we didn't vote him to build that toilet. So So in this space, it is not what we do in this space, it is what actually should be done. Thank you.
Nice and sweet, nice and short, directly to the point. Thank you, Kinoti. Manze, kitu nawapendea ni leo mume understand assignment. If there's something Kenyans have understood today, it is the assignment. Big up to everyone in this space having Jacob Juma's profile as their picture. Manze, kuna dedication. Kwanza ukiwa na profile na kukata kwa line, unaingia hapa faster. Unashika mic unatuongelesha. Anyway, John Jr., mic ni yako. Guys, bear with us. The line is long, but I'm trying to get everyone to speak for at least 2-3 minutes. John Jr., mic ni yako. Karibu, comrade.
Asante, nimeshukuru. Asanteni sana. Good job, Afrocentric. Lazima tuendeleze hii subject, hii topic. Manake, safari haijaisha. We should remember everybody who lost, amepoteza mpendwa wao. Keep them in your prayers. If you can contribute. If you know somebody in your area, enda watembele, wapeleke something. It's hard kupoteza mtoi wenyu. It's hard to lose tumaini ya family yenyu. Ningependa tu kila mtu achukue a moment ajiangalie kwa kioo, kama kuna kioo ama kwa kamera yako ya selfie. The person unaona kwa hiyo kioo ama kwa hiyo kamera, huyo ndio mtu anabadilisha Kenya. Si mabig kwa Twitter. There is no savior. Hakuna mwokozi. Lazima sisi sote tuchangamke, to increase knowledge yetu, tujue the law, ndio tutabadilisha hii nchi. Tukitegemea mabigwig, tukitegemea mwokozi, that's never gonna happen. Na hiyo ndio vile Ruto alitupanga story, alitupiga story za jaba, wazazi wetu wakaingia box wakasema huyu ametumwa na Mungu kutuokoa, and that is not the case 100%. Cha pili, watu wamekuwa wakisema lazima tuheshimu sheria. So when people were saying tiende State House is different from Parliament. State House iko mpaka na vibao zake, imeandikwa protected area. Vile maandamano zilikuwa zinaendelea, it was important not to expose people to unnecessary danger. So as everybody has said, vile watu wamesema, we don't have a leader, but our points remain the same. Ruto Kinoti Smith, sutamute.
Nimemtoa, pole, endelea.
Ina noma. So points zetu ni the same, na ile kitu ilikuwa inaudhi juu hii mambo ya space ni Ruto kufanya job yake, hahitaji akuje kwa space. The demands ziko very simple. Lazima IBC iconstitutiwe, lazima hizi stories za corruption and constitutional offices ma-CS waende. Na tukicheki leo, and from ile siku tulianza hii nini ya reject finance bill, hakuna kitu ametupe. Leo amesema those offices must go. It's not him to say it. It has to be an act from Parliament, because some of those offices, they're in the Constitution. CIS hajasema ati it has been cancelled. Amesema amesuspend. Kususpend inamaanisha next week akijisikia atarudisha. This constitution tuko nayo sahi si kama ile before 2010. A lot of those things he's saying, including scrapping 47 government agencies, hajatuambia ni gani, hajatuambia, and if there are offices that are in the constitution, he can say it mpaka kesho kutwa. It will not change. The constitution has to be changed. So time yangu imeisha.
You can land. Ukisikia hiyo kitu inamaliza prepare to land, not that you kate immediately. Prepare
So
to
yo, acha ni land basi. Commission ya debt, constitution inasema auditor general ndio anafaa ku audit debt. Any commission that reports to the president serves at the whim of the president, meaning anaweza izima kesho. So wase tuchangamke. Ruto hajatupatia anything. Ametupiga domo, ametupiga story za jaba. The fact remains, Ruto must go. Let him first deliver, not speak, before looking for audience with any of us. At the end of the day, Ruto must go. Let us, each of us, work hard, understand the law, and that is how we're going to change this country. There is no savior. The person to change Kenya is you, Nimesha. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your submission. Wacha nipatie Aloe Vera, karibu kwenye mic. Sorry for the delay, but finally we hear your voice.
Thank you. Hi. But anyway, ni sawa. Now, me personally, I've been hearing people talk, and while it is good to talk about like frustrations and things, by the way, mnanisikia?
Vizuri sana. Very clear. Good microphone.
Fantastic. Good. Now, me, the thing that has been frustrating me is that, yes, we need to live, like, rant and whatever. But one main thing is that I've been hearing people talk and not many have been giving solutions. Which, like, when you're landing at your point, see, that's the point, you're supposed to be giving solutions. Anyway, what I've heard is, nimesikia hiyo story ya sijui ati the people have a price or whatever. Wait, no, was that? Yeah, people have a price or whatever, but the thing that has kept us together is having one voice and one agenda, right? So, in terms of one agenda, we all agree that this system doesn't work for us, Indio. And the worst thing that about this system is that it doesn't protect us really from people like Ruto coming again. So I feel like our main agenda should be to change the system entirely, which, in my opinion, would be to start like doing things in terms of blockchain. So from what I understand of blockchain is that's essentially the best foolproof way to make sure things are not tampered with. So that can be used to make it's a ledger system which can be used to make votes non-tamperable with. You can't tamper with them. You can use them to do the same for land rates and things like that. But that one is more of a long-term goal than a short-term goal. So the first thing, we need to have long-term goals, which in my opinion should be to switch the system entirely from the one that we have to one based on blockchain. And then next, we should, or rather short-term goals now should be to essentially agitate for changes within the ministries, within the places where tumefinywa sana. Sasa kama hii ya MOH, then labda like then another one ya Linturi, like akina agriculture and Linturi and like essentially the ones that have had the worst scandals to go first. You get. And as far as other things, in terms of keeping unity, one thing was also knowledge. Because as far as the finance bill, see, everybody was talking about the finance bill, but also we even translated it into our mother tongues in order for our people back home to understand, or people who don't fully understand what was being talked about in the bills. Now that is now the same thing we should be doing with these supposed improvements. So these things that he's saying at a scraps 47 or whatever ministries or whatever, and we know that it is unconstitutional and we know that it is a lie, we explain in the same tongue that we used to explain a finance bill. We explain why that is not true to the people who would not understand it the most. Mobilization like that. On top of that, we also need to be on top of that, we also need to be understanding exactly what are the best steps to actually get change. So action steps that we would be agitating for while we are waiting for this whole for everything to action steps, short-term action steps, like that one of getting ministries taken a look, audited, not just audited, but also the CSs and the CAAs actually removed, which we can do through the courts and pressure groups. And the pressure groups are the ones now that really need the knowledge and unity. So the thing is, that part of pressure groups, I'm not sure how we're going to agitate for that. Because I'm seeing here that people keep talking about disunity, this, that, and the other, and we need to be finding ways to get more unity instead. So to cut it off, main agenda should be to change the system entirely. Meanwhile, small step to change the system through like agitating for our points to be heard. Now the question is, can you think of ways in which we can properly agitate so that this actually happens? That's my only issue. Those are my only issues, rather. And remember to always be open, transparent, and tell your people every way that they can understand exactly what the problem is. Aya, mi nimaliza zangu. Thank you.
Thank you, Aloe Vera. Do you have those points written down somewhere?
Yeah, I'm actually reading from notes nilikuwa naandika.
Please,
Watu
please shoot me.
wakiongea.
Please shoot me in the DM. I wasn't able to follow up with you with everything I said, but those are solid points. Thank you so much. Running,
You can
segueing.
also share.
Come again?
Nimesema sawa
Shikani.
sawa natuma.
Yeah, atani DM hizo
Swali
points.
host.
Yeah, endelea.
Point mzuri hivi pia anaweza kuwa akinini akitweet ama hiyo itakuwa risky. How is about to share such
Unataka Kenya
information?
kwanza wajue tunapanga nini?
Now, your story ya kutweet, I don't know if that would be helpful because me personally saizi naangalia nini your ministry like ICT digital economy. I'm actually looking at the parastatals, so that's what I'm tweeting.
I'm really interested in your ideas around
Unatuwekea summary.
blockchain technology, we can utilize it. I'm really interested in that idea. But anyway, Aloe
Yeah,
Vera
and there's
followed
actually even
back.
spaces specifically dedicated to that actually. Yeah, blockchain to help people understand how blockchain works and how it can help us. Ziko hapa, there's a guy who's called Victor who's really been on this thing, maneno ya blockchain.
Is there a government that has incorporated blockchain?
No, actually, this would be the first. Blockchain has been used elsewhere, but it has not been used in governments because the thing about blockchain is that the government would have zero control. You get? So if they can't manipulate the thing, how are they going to benefit from it? That's why governments don't really like it.
Mhm. Ama tunaweza kama agenda ya kupush. Kenya wakikubali, then that's where now we can move in
Si
ground
Kenya ni
kama
sisi,
wafaki.
kwani Kenya ni nani? Si we are the ones to agree.
Street tukipush kwa street alafu wakubali, tukiform party will be very safe. Awado to
Very good, very good. And it has been used in cryptocurrency. I know it's a technology behind crypto. But we can be the first country to adopt these technologies if they work and if they're transparent. It's very transparent. All right, thank you so much, Aloe Vera. Powerful points on the point. Hey, Manze, you see, Manze, the country, the youth have to have their country, and I like that we're all becoming politically awake and understanding that the political decisions that are made affect our lives, affect our future, affect where we're going to live, work, breathe, commute, affect our children and the Kenya we live towards our kids. Manze, big up everyone who is picking up the mic. Request the mic. I'm giving the mic to everyone. If you have 0 followers, if you have 1,000 followers, hapa hakuna ubaguzi. Hii ni space ya wananchi, hii ni space ya watu. Sawa sawa. Hamu 254 karibu kwenye mic. Manze, umeakuwa ukianguka, unarudi, unaanguka. Umetengeneza internet? Hamu, are you there? Can you hear me? Mashallah. Ay. Abdi Fatah, mic ni yako. Karibu comrade.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Afrocentric, for this opportunity. First of all, I want to send my condolences to fellow Kenyans who lost their lives during this movement, and also those who are injured. I want to say quick recovery. For me, my pain point as a youth in Kenya is the lack of opportunities and employment. And I want to highlight 2 areas that we really need to put out there. And it has to come very strongly because number one is local manufacturing. I think this government is not, it doesn't want to support the local manufacturing because of the kind of high taxes and the licenses that they impose in this particular local manufacturing, to an extent where buying steel from outside country is more cheaper than even getting it from the local manufacturers. And us as youth, we don't have employment because the people who can create employment are being given such kind of taxes and a high rate of licensing. Then they cannot create employment because of the cost of production. So I think this is an area that we as youth need to articulate very well and ensure that we come and give incentives to our local manufacturing and encourage our local manufacturers to produce locally so that they can create more opportunities and create more jobs so that Kenyans can get jobs instead of us pushing for brain drain and taking the best of us outside the country. Number 2 is the pending bills. The issue of the pending bills, I don't find the priorities of the current government right by not allocating any pending bills in the budget. And we are very working hard, so hard to entice the white people and paying outsiders. Yet our own fellow Kenyans are dying of depression because someone has worked at the county government, someone has worked at the national government, spent all his hard-earned money, and he's now following his money for over 18 months. He has not been paid. How do you expect the local consultants to create opportunities if they're not paid? They are stressed, they are depressed. Our local contracting firms are dying because of lack of pending bills. Yet we need to see how to push the issues of the pending bills and ensure that we prioritize Kenyans before any white person or before we make any other outsider happy. We need to pay our people who supplies. There are people who have supplied things to the government and they have not been paid. They have went into depression. They have lost their properties. The banks have taken a lot of the issues. So consultancy are dying. The local contracting are dying. And we are killing our own industry. And we are now reducing the country to an importing country, where we can import up to toothpicks, things that we can manufacture locally. So those two things are very dear to me, and it's very painful that if today we want to create opportunities, we can only create opportunities through industrialization. And as a country, if we fail to uphold and give incentives to our local manufacturers, to our local contractors, to our local suppliers, then we cannot generate opportunities. We cannot create opportunities. And by just thinking of sending Kenyans outside the country for other kind of white collar, blue collar jobs out there, it's not necessary. It's not okay. We have learned people. We have engineers. We have doctors. We have lawyers. We have so many. We have artisans. We have technicians, technologists. We have a group of people who needs to be taken care of. And again, we cannot take care of them if we don't empower the local industries. If we don't empower production and manufacturing, we cannot create opportunities. I think the Gen Zs have done a good job, and I want to applaud them on this. Kindly let us push for things that will create jobs for us. Let us look at and hold the current government accountable. And by holding our leaders accountable on good governance, on issues of wastefulness, for example, the effect of pending bills. For example, we have projects that are already running in the government and they are not being paid. There is something called claims, which comes up with twice the number of cost of creating the same road. If a road is around, let's say, one or 2 billion shillings, and you don't pay those people and they start claiming for idle equipment, they start claiming for idle time, they will take quite a number of amount of money from you. Maybe they can even take around 1 billion. So the cost of that project comes 3 billion. And at the end of the day, the Chinese have given you the same money and come and then collect it in terms of interest. So let us at least push the issues of pending bills to be sorted for the locals people. Let us prioritize Kenyans. Let us prioritize in giving incentives to local manufacturing. That is my 2 cents. And I'm thankful for this particular movement. We fully support these and we will be there in the streets. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Abdi Fatah. Powerful points there that you have submitted. And pass the mic to Freedom Fighter. You had something to say?
Yes. Okay. Hi, I just wanted to talk to Alconita Aloe Vera, right?
Yeah, she's dropped though. But continue.
Yeah, oh, okay. Please,
She's on the streets. You better listen.
all right. Nilikuwa nataka kuongea na wewe kidogo, so please we can connect. Please inbox me, Aloe Vera. We talk about the ICT thing you were talking about. As we had spoken earlier, we need to come up with working groups and we need to really know how this works. I don't know patriotic what skills you have, but we can come up in a way that you know where you fit and then we start working on these. This thing has to keep moving on and we need to start somewhere. So Aloe Vera, please inbox me.
My professional skills, I am a quantity surveyor by profession, and I am a contractor by business, but I am also a former political candidate. I ran for senator.
Okay.
I ran for senator, yes, on independent ticket. So I was not aligned to any political party in 2022. So I have
All right.
experience in politics because I went up to the ballot.
Okay, sawa.
Yeah.
Now that is what we cannot actually the hosts and I and maybe the rest of us, we cannot be able to sieve everyone where to you fall. So we are going to come up with a way where we sieve ourselves. If I know I can be on the legal team, I'll be there. If I can be on the medical team, then I'll be there, so that we get these working groups moving forward. No matter how small the group will be, at least we will start working there. As we said, we are leaderless. So the group becomes the leader of that mandate or whatever they have been assigned to do, or what they feel they are able to do. If it's civic education, they'll even give us timetables on how do we do this civic education. If we are going to Kirinyaga, how do we amplify that today we are doing civic education in Kirinyaga, or we are doing it in Kisii, or the youths in Kisii are taking over? How are we doing this, so that we have more like a way we are doing it systematically, so that we don't get lost in between there. Otherwise, we don't want to keep talking and having issues. We need to be having issues that we relate to a certain topic, to a certain group. If we have legal issues or constitutional issues, or something is happening in parliament we don't understand, then we know we have a legal team that understands this best. So we call them, Afrocentric will work on that. We call them, we tell them this is what's going on, we don't understand. They themselves will have organized on how they give us the information, so that when we are here, sometimes we become listeners, so that we learn, so that we don't get to talk. Sometimes we learn more through listening, and we have to put ourselves in a way that at some days we sit down, we don't have anything to talk about, we are listening to certain group of people teach us on what we are supposed to do, or what we don't understand. That way we get to learn from each other, we get to have this movement moving forward. And this was triggered by, I think, quite opinionated, and I feel like it's something we need to work on ASAP. We need to work on it right now. Otherwise, we are working with someone. We are actually working with Ruto, who is very conniving and very knows how to move every block that comes. If we don't equip ourselves with knowledge, then we won't be working on the same way, on the same light, or on the same level. So let us learn from each other. Let us know which skill. If you have a skill, let's know how we can put it into work. And we said there is no skill that is small. Kama wewe unajua kuongea sana, you are the person we need on the civic education. You are the person that we need to talk to a mama wa chama and convince them. There is no skill that is small. There is no skill that is small. I don't want anyone to feel useless. I want everyone to feel useful. Any skill you have, hata kama ni kuongea, kupiga kelele, just come on board. Let's do this together, guys. We have to
Awesome,
keep
awesome,
fighting
awesome.
for right.
Awesome. Thank you. Teams. We have to regroup into teams of speciality. I am Kenyan Mike Niako, 2 to 3 minutes. Guys, bear with us. I'm trying to get everyone to the top.
Thank you, Afrocentric, and my condolences to the families that lost their loved ones. I really appreciate for this platform where we have to express ourselves. I joined the president's X space, and I was very disappointed at the kind of questions that were being asked. What pains me more is the offensive and biased and unconstitutional appointments of Kalenjins only to all state parastatals and even private offices. This is deeply depressing and distressing. And this is what is pushing actually our youths to the streets, because they are feeling frustrated. This tribalism is being deliberately asserted, and it's so gross, and no one is so obscene. Okay, the president looked apologetic, but can we see his actions? Can they be actions that show us that he's really apologetic by making his government inclusive? And these youths, actually, Kalenjin youths, I'm sorry to use that word and sound tribalist, that these are the people who are enjoying unlimited access to contracts, lucrative jobs, and since this wealth and the money has been gained very fast, they tend to flaunt it around, and this annoys their peers, and that's why people are so angry at them. And now my take on the X space that I joined today is that as youth, you're supposed to print out and just kindly highlight the issues that should be talked about, and then just point out on a few people who are supposed to speak in that space, so that if a topic has been addressed, it doesn't seem to be repeated every time, every now and then, so that everybody on that space takes you very serious. The other thing is, I think strategies also need to be changed. I was actually, I'm not in country, but I was able to watch through YouTube, and I was looking at the youth in the front line, just taking a risk, risking their lives. And I mean, as a mother, I felt like this is my own son or my own daughter standing there and facing the bullet. Nobody talked about the sniper. Someone needed to confront the president and ask him, why were there snipers? Snipers, these are our sons and our daughters. Why do you hire snipers for them? This is very sad. I even thought and said, can someone come up, an NGO or somebody or us, come together and just buy shields for these youths, because they have decided to go to the whatever battleground. We also need to equip them. Someone buy bulletproof vests for people who are going to be in front. I mean, I'm just coming up with suggestions that look a bit not. I mean, I'm imagining, because I really felt like as a mother, this was really painful for me, and I think that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
I am Kenyan. Thank you so much for the Kenyan concern. Really, it was, I think that is one of the goated videos, watching youth just walk into life bullets and to get their freedom and to fight for the country that they want during the Occupy Parliament. So it shows the Kenyan spirit, the brevity, and I'm sure this movement will give us the fruits that we need of freedom. Sa Ogeka, mic ni yako. Karibu comrade kwenye mic. Ogeka.
Thank you so much, fellow brothers and
Oh, we can't hear you.
sisters.
We can't hear you, Ogeka, if you're
Oh, you
talking.
guys,
Can you hear him, Freedom?
can you guys
Freedom,
hear
can you
me?
hear him?
Can you hear me? Hello? Can you guys hear me now?
I can hear you.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for everything that you're doing. You've shown the world what most people cannot do. First thing I'll say, I'll take this opportunity to say is, hii maandamano yenye inakuja, please be your brother's keeper. Be there for your brother. Make sure your brother returns back home safe, and make sure asiguze kitu ya mtu, kwa sababu that's what the government is using now to kill the innocent. As you've seen from the interview of the president, alisema, oh, the people who were killed were criminals. Na sisi wa Kenya, we know 100% those who are no criminals. So be your brother's keeper. Make sure your phone is out. Make sure you are recording and get home safe. Sasawa. And the other thing I'll say, ya mwisho, make sure we mobilize, ndio ikifika 2027 tukae na voting IDs, because most people tunapiga kelele on the internet, but we don't have those voting IDs. Please push push your neighbors, push your brothers and sisters, make sure wamepata ID from those who are in diaspora. Make sure mmepata your voting ID, mko registered, because saizi hata tukipigana tukipiga kelele, this guy is still there and they're trying to use some of us to manipulate everything. But make sure tumejiami na ID yetu, kwa sababu hiyo ndio sauti yetu, ama ni aje? Thank you so much and I wish you all the best. I'm actually representing all the youths from Minnesota. Please be there for us. We wish we could be there, but we cannot. For some reason, some of us may not, and some of us can make it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ogeka, all the way from Minnesota. Jaden, uko kwa mic? Can you hear us, Jaden? Professor Jaden.
Professor ako hapa. Thank you very much. Afrocentric. Anaisikia? Hello, can
Yes,
you hear
I
me?
can hear you. Yes, I can hear
Thank
you.
you. Yeah, thank you very much. First, I'd like to pass my sincere condolences to those who passed off during our demos. I'll also wish to wish a quick recovery to those who got injured. Then to go to the point today, I joined the space, the president's space, and I just hoped I could get a chance to maybe air my grievances or maybe air what I felt. I don't know if it was planned in that way that his initially planned space couldn't go through in such a way that he had to use someone else's space. It felt like maybe it was planned. The questions were planned. Whatever we wanted to ask, I don't think was addressed by the people who asked the questions there. The questions seemed framed. He seemed to just come out to maybe make it or clear the air or make the people calm down, think that this guy is with us. But as for me, I don't think that's the case. We still have to fight for what belongs to us. There's a lot that the president was trying to hide because he can't tell us he went to China, got $40 billion. So the $40 billion, what was the need for the high budget that was being passed by the MPs? He again went ahead and told us he went to Germany and signed contracts to export our labor. What does that tell us? Why is he exporting the best mines out of Kenya? Why can't he create opportunities for these mines in Kenya? It's something that we needed to ask, or if we were given the chances to maybe, or we had a co-host that could give us the mic, then I think the right questions could be asked. The questions that were asked, yes, they were, at some point, some were good, but not all the questions that we had were addressed by that session. So we believe, I will give him the chance, we'll give him the benefit of doubt. Let's see what happens on Tuesday. He said he'll be constituting the IBC. Let's wait and see. So we're giving him a benefit of doubt, but we don't think all our concerns are going to be addressed. We can't complain before he acts. He has to act because he's the head of state. He has the power to fire. He has the power to bring someone on. So he can't wait till we complain before he acts. So the movement, the comrades movement, is still there. We still push for our rights, and we believe that we're going to get the freedom we are fighting for. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Jaden.
Yes, sir.
You know, I have few followers, and I was sure I would not been given the mic. So what I did personally,
yeah,
I saw people that I thought they will be given the mics. Then I DM them the questions that they should ask when they receive the mic. So I DM'd people like Akinabeth Kasinga,
yeah.
Keoti Sonko.
Actually knew Hiram Omondi. Hiram Omondi is one of my. Actually, we studied with him. So it's someone I actually sent him a chat on WhatsApp and told him I needed the mic. Kindly share the mic. We have things that we need to raise as comrades. They're not being addressed, or are not being addressed by the leaders that have been given the opportunity to talk. So I actually liked the way Coach Sonko brought out his submissions. At least alianza alikuwa ameanza kuleta hiyo mood ya ikianza kuwa lively. That's how we could have started all along. Atungembembeleza, but the moment ilianza kuwa soft, jamaa alikuja akatubeba na the speech before the space he created. That guy was tactical. I think this guy was just tactical in that way that he calms us down. He wastes our 30 minutes before the space. Then he comes to the space. The first thing he does is apologizes so that he buys our hearts. And these were tactical moves that this guy, I think, he was trained by someone, or maybe some people told him, if you want to win these people's heart, then first start by saying you are sorry, which you don't know, which we don't believe is sorry.
That is
Maybe it's just
choreography.
a talk of, that's just bureaucracy to come and tell us he's sorry. He's been sorry, and then he should mean it. He should go to those families. I actually felt it very bad when someone asked him about the Githurai killings, and the guy says the guy is propagating propagandas or rumors. So he gave the guy an opportunity to go and look for the families that have the guys that are missing and the rest. So I felt like okay, that is not the way he could have answered him. Also, the senator from Nairobi, who is that? The name, this famous senator from Nairobi, and not a senator,
Sifuna.
MCA. The MCA from Nairobi,
Robert
this
Alai.
famous Alai. Yeah. Alai asked a question there, and the way he was answered, I felt like this guy is just there for PR. Because Alai asked him, Alai told him clearly, we've questioned the Nairobi government, Nairobi, what is it called? We've questioned the Nairobi governor. We've asked him who is collecting funds on behalf of Nairobi. That stuck my mind today. Who is collecting funds on behalf of Nairobi? They don't know he's collecting revenue on behalf of Nairobi. So Alai, I think, knew he had a hint somewhere. Because I know we may be propagating propaganda, but we believe that funds are not being collected by the right people in Nairobi County. So Alai asked him, then the guy answers Alai in a very rude way. He tells him Alai is his MCA. So I expected him to be a bit polite. The way he was polite when he asked about Ichungwa, when asked about Murkomen. But the way he answered Alai made me feel like this guy is just there for PR. The guy is asked, Alai asked him, I've gone to the different ministries, I've asked who should I follow. I've followed through the due processes, and I've been told by some inner core that revenue is being collected by the office of the president or something from the state. So the guy tells him he shouldn't be asking the question. It's the citizens who are supposed to ask him. So we should ask Alai and not ask the president. So this thing hurt me and felt like this guy is just there to protect his people. He protected all his people. Thank you very much. Give the mic to next.
Thank you, Jaden, for that analysis. For me, that space was just scripted, PR all over the place. Don't want to listen to the people of Kenya. Anyway, Joel, are you there? Joel, uko hapo?
Niko hapa boss.
Hebu tuambie.
Boss, kwanza give me about 30 seconds so that I just make an acknowledgement and then you give my timer. Is that okay?
Perfect.
Okay, thank you. First of all, guys, I just want to thank you. I've been joining spaces for some time now throughout the week, ever since all these events have happened. But I can tell you today is the first time I've been given a chance to speak, and some of them have been online waiting for 5 hours. Finally, unajua unachoka unaenda kazi zingine. I just wanted to acknowledge you guys for that, and thank you so much, Alpha Cent, and all the other co-hosts. Thank you for this opportunity. Guys, I just wanted to highlight something real quick for you. And with what I'm going to say, you may guess my age, but I'm going to start with something that I've told people repeatedly. Kenyans, we suffer from what I call shiny object syndrome. And this is what I mean by that. Go back to all the political agitation we have had throughout the year, and somebody says it's every 20 years. We started with Moi's regime, IPPG. We went to first of all, we started with the multi-party repeal of Section 2A. Then we went to the IPPG. Then we come to Kibaki's time, Nusu Mkate government, and then the constitution. But we never ask follow-through questions. That's what I mean by shiny object, because you're just shown something here, just little here, and then you're like, okay, that's all we want. But nobody asks follow-up questions. I appreciate this space, and I appreciate the young people currently right now, because you are asking the right question and you're asking follow-up questions. You're not satisfied but just a mere statement. You go back and dig deeper and find out what exactly does this mean. For example, when the president says, hey, I have refused to sign the bill and I'm sending it back to parliament, it has been rescinded, you're asking questions and say, who has the authority to do that? And you find that information that parliament actually has to enact that process. Otherwise, it is going to be effectively become law without them taking any action with either 14 days or 21 days. And I appreciate that for those follow-up questions, guys. I really am very, very much encouraged. I am not in the country. Trust me, if I was there, I know for sure I would have been in front of the streets. Hata kama uzee imeingia kidogo, lakini ikifika ni saa ya kukimbia tunaweza kimbizana. That one I know I can survive. And I'm encouraged because when I call home, I come from Molo. When I saw the young people in Molo, what they were doing and how they were going around until they were agitated by the police, and then they took the reaction they took to go to the Molo MP, who is the finance chair, to do what they did. And one of them, I asked him, I said, hey, what's going on? He said, I'm here. My family are telling me not to go out, but he said he asked a question, if I don't go, who else can go? And that really brought pride to me and said, you know what? the people who are coming after me, who are growing up, who I call my kids, my nephews and my nieces, who are part of these groups, who are marching also. I was very proud of them and said, thank you guys for being there. And at least we have shared something in common, that we are always going to agitate for change and good governance. Guys, I appreciate you and I want you to continue doing that, continue pressing. We'll support you in any way we can. And I like the way you are having the ideas of going back to Mashinani. Let's educate our people. Let's bring the information back to our people so that everybody stays informed. That's the only way we are going to implement and effective change to the country and make it a better country than what it is. We are a shining armor in the continent, and we need to take our place and claim our rightful place by making sure we have good governance across the board, from the counties all the way to national government. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your submission. Mose Okwapo. Mose, Mike ni yako. Freedom, can you hear Mose?
No, I can't hear him.
Mose, tengeneza mic, Munyamwezi.
Afro, and you never told me there was money to be made.
Unfortunately, we found out today. Sell out.
Man, Joe, man. What the fuck, man? Shit. Hmm? But me, I saw it. I saw it coming, and
How?
I surrendered. I was like, I don't know how to play this game, but I saw it. The people who knew how to play that game, they have played that game. It has reached to a point where by now it's not to fight for everyone; it's to fight for yourself. So if you don't have anything that you're fighting for, for yourself, then you are fighting a losing battle, bruh.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about that. But men are always moved by two things: money and self-interest, and those really did intersect when it came to those who betrayed the cause today.
Exactly.
But
You see,
like
people gave that one person who was hungry to handle the movement, and you've seen what they've done with the movement. Now, to come up with something like that again in this life, I don't think it will be an easy thing. It will be so hard. And today, President used a Twitter space to disable that completely. I don't think it was going to happen again.
I think Kenyans are resilient because this movement was organic. If it was a few people hired influencers who just came up and started pushing this narrative, then I would say it would not happen again. It would be another pyramid scheme. It could be another conmanship game. But Kenyans are really feeling disfranchised. The stats on the ground show the government is misappropriating public funds. There's nothing to show in terms of development. There's no infrastructure. Healthcare is in the toilet, is in the pits. Our education is in the pits. Our MPs, representatives are flaunting opulence. Just wako na wamejazwa na kiburi, and they're no longer even hiding it. Right now, I believe we have some small wins that we're celebrating. And at least now, even if you hear by the body language and how they're talking in parliament and in the Senate, they know that this movement, the Gen Z movement, as it has been dubbed, is now a force to reckon with. And come 2027, at minimum, wote wataenda nyumbani. And this country, it's a marathon, it's not a sprint.
So
But we are
Afro,
now
how
in the right
sure
direction.
how sure are you ataenda nyumbani wakati wamehost a successful space in front
It
of
was not
your eyes, you
successful.
people?
It was not a successful space.
It was
Number
a
one,
it
the
was a
president.
successful space for the president.
It was successful in terms of attendance, and that's why I was one of the key voices leading for a boycott of that space, because the president of the Republic of Kenya sends a very powerful energy wave when he joins a space, and most of the people who
Yes.
joined it are not supporters, are not followers. That's why even we say on the ground, crowds see kura. Si ati unaenda unaongea kwa mahali unafikia hizo ni kura zako. People are just curious. They're coming to hear what you say. And if you see here the chatter on the ground, people are more triggered. People are more disappointed of what the president had to say. So it was a psychological win, but I believe he has not won anything on the ground. In fact, if I was to give my 2 cents, he has even angered people. People are even more angry than before. And these theatrics will have to end.
And now,
You
let
can't
me
run a
tell you,
country on PR.
let me tell you, Afro. Now there is a cancer, and you need to, and that cancer has to be cured. Now the cancer is Osama Otero. Now you've seen in a movement, somebody like Osama Otero can confuse you people. What do? Take that anger, direct that anger to Osama Otero first before you restructure the strategies in the movement again to come back stronger, because that's the enemy. That's the one that can sabotage. So if you don't disable, then you will be going to the same circle. But that was my take, Afro. Thank you, man, for the chance.
Thank you, Munyamwezi. I do have a different angle to that in terms of Osama. It will be a waste of energy. It will be an exercise in futility if we decided to deal with him or troll him on the timeline. We already know what side he plays for. We know what he stands for, and I believe this movement should not address traitors. We should not give them any energy. Let's just forgive and march on without them. Not forgive, just forget about them and march on. But we are not going to forget what he did today. It was very monumental what he did today. We just have to march on without them. This movement is leaderless, and being a leaderless movement, sometimes people confuse hosts to be leaders. A host is not a leader. A host is just preparing a platform for Kenyans to come air their views. And sometimes that platform Otero hosted was sabotaged by the government. That's what the government do. They sabotage. They have the whole bunge is in their pocket. Parts of the judiciary are in their pocket. So it is sad, but those who are here, we know why we are here. Our cause is pure. Our march is righteous, and we shall overcome. Lazima tuingie promised land. Lazima tuingie promised land. Anyway, Roslyn, microphone is yours. Karibu kwenye mic.
Good evening, all.
Good evening. Good evening.
You can
We
hear
can hear
me?
you. Ndegwa, stop unmuting your mic.
Okay, fine. Thank you. My name is Roslyn Asena. I am one of the residents within Mukuru, within Embakasi South constituency. I am the founder of Oasis Relations Empowerment Initiatives. Now to my points because of time. Well, the finance bill is, the rejecting of finance bill is what has brought us here. And we were looking at the bill that was proposing to collect 346 billion. Now, after rejection, we are now supposed to use now the alternative, which is the Finance Act, which was designed to collect 214 billion. So now, if you take 346 billion and you minus 214, the one that was designed for 2023, you get 132 billion. Now, the president is proposing to borrow. And one of the things we are supposed to say no and to tell him never to mention the word borrow is because he has said he will do away with the cutting, and it is one of the issues that were proposed. He should do away with the cutting because our problem is on the expenditure. So now, if unconstitutional offices are being removed or suspended, and also the purchase of vehicles, the renovations, everything, What is the total? Let him give us the total. Let the parliament give us the total. Once we get the total, we minus from the balance that we have here, which is 132 billion. Now, will we have an extra? That extra is what we can direct towards what we prioritize as our doctors, and also our teachers, our intern teachers, our CBC teachers, and our intern doctors. That is my point number one. Point number two, we need to look at how to sustain the small fruits, the low-hanging fruits that we have received since the Gen Z movement started.
Hey, Rosalind, we can't hear you.
I can't hear her too.
Even us cannot hear her.
Are you hearing me? You can't hear me again?
Now I do. I can hear you.
I can hear you.
We can. Why are we now together?
Yes. Yeah, we're together.
Okay, which point had you caught?
You can proceed from
Were
where
you noting somewhere?
proceed from where you left. We also online waiting. The second one, yeah.
Okay, my point number one, I was looking at the budget that was proposed, the Finance Act, and I said the 346 billion, when we minus 214 billion, we are remaining with 132 billion. I hope that one was gotten clear.
Yeah.
So my suggestion is, why is the president still mentioning the word borrow? Can we tell him in one of our recommendations that we don't want to hear that vocabulary should be out of his mouth? He should not tell us he's going to borrow anything, because has he given us the total after cutting down on expenditure about the CAS, the unconstitutional offices, the renovations, the purchase of cars? Has he given us the total? If the total is beyond 132 billion, the game is finished. We have the money plus that we will say now. The balance should be used to our priorities, like the doctors and our CBC teachers. And so that was my point. My point number two, we are where we are because of most of us, we have never been engaged in working on the budget process. The first stages of budget process, the formulation, the approval, the implementation, and the audit, most of us, even the elite, they do not know about it. When we come out from school, we never know about these things. We get outside, ndio tunakuja kusikia, mnajua kuna kuanga na process, and to a few who are lucky. But if we get teams that can do the civic engagement on the budget process and constitutionalism, we have the best constitution, but we don't have constitutionalism in our well-being. And so if we focus on that, those are the simple and easy goals to achieve as at now, before we start talking.
Guys, can you hear Rosalind? Yeah. Maria. Maria, microphone is yours. Marish, Freedom, can you hear me?
Hi, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Karibu
can.
from Namibia. Okay. It is a very interesting conversation, and thank you very much and for this opportunity. Yeah, my condolences to the families, and all I want to tell you is that we are together in this fight. What I would like to contribute, though, is that we shouldn't forget our African spirit as Africans, and that is we are Ubuntu. As I'm listening to this conversation, I have the feeling that we are all about economics and yes, it is important. But what about the indigenous people? The indigenous people that are being impacted right now. I know that there are communities around Lake Victoria that are drowning in plastic. How are you planning to address those issues? How are you planning to uplift those communities, the communities in northern Kenya that are being displaced? Currently, I think it is in the Mau forest, so it's or like the nuclear plant that is being a plant in a very sensitive area around Kilifi. So why are we not listening to those communities as well? Why are we not bringing them into the conversation as well? Because they are also being impacted. Their lands are being taken away and they are part of this conversation. If we
Hello?
are talking about reformation, then be inclusive, and that is also of people that are not from universities and whatnot, because those are our people. And that is what colonialism is about. Right now, we are just talking about colonial systems, but we are not talking about indigenous systems that make us who we are, Ubuntu, Africans. You understand? So I think that is what I would like to see is what coming out for this to be really fruitful, because I can tell you right now, no person will heal until the African woman has healed. And the African woman has gone through so much. Even like right now, farmers in Kenya, people in indigenous areas, you can get jailed for trading seeds, which is our tradition and which has been imposed. And that is also a question of those taxes, and that is happening in Kenya, and that is colonialism. So this story is deep, and for me, my thing, like my advice would be, let's not forget our ancestral beliefs where we come from, and let's also be inclusive of the people that have brought us to where we are today, that have sacrificed everything so we can be on these platforms today in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. Give the microphone to Paul Kingara. Karibu kwenye mic. Paul Kingara, are you there? Paulo. Mose, finish your point.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Go ahead, finish your point.
Okay, so first and foremost, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Nimeongoja sana, but it's worth the wait. I've been attending to a lot of these spaces. Yes, some of them have NIS people, but who cares? This country is ours and it's ours for the taking. When I mean taking, I mean living here, working in peace, and enjoying the fruits of our beautiful country. Yes, all of you guys are aware of everything that has happened. First and foremost, we want to give I want to give, first of all my condolences to the fallen heroes that paid the ultimate price. People don't understand how heavy it is. They paid the price of life. Like, life was cut short. And of course, the word of God always tells us, I'm not going to preach, but hata kama mapasta ndio wanatuendesha kwa hii nchi, but we can see all the problems wanatuletea, but the word of God is very clear about innocent blood. It does not go, haiendi hivyo. So yes, the innocent blood will come and haunt every single person that shed it, because it is not for granted. Sorry, Mtania, you allow me just to vent because it's so tough. It's so touching that people put their lives on the line for a better country. Now, I will start with my submission today. A lot of people have talked very, very valid points. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, we can.
They have talked very, very valid points, and it is true. What has actually helped this movement is staying leaderless. But yes, we need objectives. Now, the government is, of course, afraid. It doesn't know how to deal with people who are speaking in one accord, but they can't find who is the head. So it's something that we should be encouraged to continue to maintain, but at the same time, we should have very specific objectives to hit. So first and foremost, one is 2024 is the year of truth. If you guys have heard this in 2024, there was this crazy interview of a very known comedian who's called Cat Williams, who talked about the evil and good. So 2024 is the year of the truth. You know, it pains me that you have to die seeking to live in a better country. Like I can't imagine people taking arms against their fellow countrymen because someone has given them an order to kill, to disrupt. And the people who are fighting for the common rights of each and every person. I think it's time that we as Kenyans introduce draconian laws because we have reached the boiling point. It's very hard even to explain some of these things. We have one famous cabinet secretary who can't even stay in a Kenyan hospital. How can you claim to be a cabinet secretary and claim to be proud to be a Kenyan, and when you got sick, you were rushed to Dubai? We should ban anyone going out of the country to seek treatment, especially if you think that you are a politician and you have money. Why should you go outside and people in Kenya cannot afford the basic health services that you want to claim? This is the year of fighting for what is right. Corruption is a cancer, and it can only be done with if people stand up together. People become accountable. We make members of parliament accountable. We make policemen accountable. We make lawyers accountable. We make business people accountable. Because this thing is a huge rot. And of course, if it starts from the top, it cascades through the veins and the nervous system. I don't know. Like every single cell of the body now becomes contaminated with this cancer. So we have to purge this country of corruption. And how do we do it? It's by fighting for the truth. I'm going to vent a lot, but yeah, I'll just stop there. You can take the mic.
Thank you, Mose, for your submission. Everyone is allowed to vent. We are angry at the way the country is being run. We are angry at the hypocrisy. We are angry at the comrades and the lives that we have lost to get this country back on track. This is your space. Request a mic. I'm trying to iterate through the microphone as quickly as I possibly can. Lucas, microphone is yours.
Afrocentric, I've been waiting.
Hello, guys. Hello.
Yeah, Lucas, go ahead.
You guys, I want to.
You come closer to your microphone. We can't hear you.
You can't hear me.
Closer.
Hello. Hello.
I can hear you.
Hello, Gen Z movement.
Perfect.
Hello.
You guys, I really want to applaud you for what you've done. You hear me? Hello?
Yeah, go on.
What I'm saying is that I really want to applaud you for what you've done. You've made history in this country, by the way. You know, some of us guys have been around for so long, and we've seen the kind of regimes that have been coming over after every 5 years. I must say that I'm an ex. I'm 47 years old right now. And you guys, by the way,
what you did, you've sent serious echoes across the continent. It's a global thing, honestly, right now. And Gen Z, you have the power in your hands. And no one should scare you guys, by the way. You're the guys who are going to transform this country. Yeah? You're the guys who you've already turned the tables on the government. And let me tell you something, Ruto is not even smart the way you guys think. You guys are smarter. You guys are brave. You have what it takes. And I really want to appreciate you, by the way, from the bottom of my heart. And there's one thing. Going forward, I think the game plan should be about 2027. I really want the Gen Zs, you make sure you filled in every polling station. Oh, leave alone the gubernatorial positions or the senatorials, but go for the MPs and the MCs. You make sure the Gen Zs are the guys you're voting in. You're going to, but then you've taken over the country, honestly. Keep the fire burning. I don't want to talk so much for now, but make sure you keep the fire burning. Us guys are behind you. We've really wanted some serious guys like you, and you've taken the bull by the horns. Go for it. Go for the entire world is behind you. Go.
Hey, is Lucas still speaking? Guys, can you hear him?
No, I think I'm done. You.
Oh, thank you. Ndego, you're next.
I hope you got me right.
Yes, we got you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Afrocentric. Thank you very much, everybody, for your able submissions. And most importantly, the encouragement from Lucas. It tells you, ladies and gentlemen, that we are engaged in a struggle that is fruitful and a struggle that is heading somewhere. I only have one issue or two issues to raise. That it is true, the country is ailing, the country is stinking. There are so many issues that we can raise that are affecting this country. But in my view, we need to isolate them in a very simple message that will resonate with everybody. Because if you look at the messaging this Mr. William Ruto had for 2022 elections, he knew the status of the country as at then, but he isolated it in one singular message. So my view and my appeal is that we identify that very one single message that will resonate with everybody and that will keep the struggle, that will propel the struggle forward. Number two, we need to ensure that the movement is leaderless, is tribeless, and non-violence. Because if you see where the government is beating us is when they introduce violence into our movement. When they introduce violence, then everybody comes in defense either of his property or your life or anything. So this concept of non-violence movement must be introduced into in the whole process of the struggle. Number three, the strategy is to make sure that we isolate William and we make him a target. Let nobody ever think that William can ever speak the truth. Since he began speaking to us, he has always been speaking about one issue. Oh, I have my government. Oh, I have done. Oh, the youths. He has no solution for this country. The solution lies within ourselves. And let nobody think that he has won by hosting space today. I was in that space. The thing that he spoke on Sunday, the thing that he spoke the previous day, the thing that he spoke last year during Madaraka Day or Jamhuri Day are the same things that he's coming to tell us. But when you look at where the country is and where it was by the time he was being sworn in as president, you realize that the country is taking the wrong trajectory. So my submission is about the question of the messaging. We have so many compounded issues. Let's reduce these issues into one singular message. The movement must remain a non-violent movement. Number 4, we have a group of so many lawyers that I lead who are willing to volunteer their services pro bono to ensure that they assist the movement to move forward. For example, this issue of the fallen heroes, we should not just allow it to go unquestioned. He has kept on saying, he has not accepted that innocent lives that ought not to have been lost were lost. For him, is justifying that they were killed because of properties or destruction of properties. So we need to single out that we do not just rely with a singular domestic mechanism of addressing that challenge, but we push the issue forward even to the ICC, so that he understands that we have given you a deadline within which this investigation must be concluded and the results of investigations acted upon, failure to which we shall roar or put into mechanism the other international instruments that are watching over us, so that he must not think that the process begins with him and ends with him. Finally, Afrocentric, on the question of volunteers, and I think it was submitted by the question of the civic education. Freedom Fighter is the one who submitted on that issue. We are ready to generate materials to ensure that our people receive the requisite civic education so that they are completely enlightened and ready for the struggle. Finally, we focus on one issue. And may I finish? May I finish, Afrocentric? Only one more issue. Finally, my submission is, we were able to fight William Ruto with the finance bill because it was a vocal point. So we are simply saying we need to introduce another focal point where we are fighting William Ruto by making sure that we introduce an impeachment motion in parliament, so that then we begin pushing parliamentarians to push for the impeachment of William Ruto. He has refused to resign. Let us tell him that we can still exercise our sovereignty again by introducing an impeachment motion in parliament, and we push the parliamentarians to pass that motion of impeachment. Finally, we must take out IDs, and we must push the revolution to the extent that we push for ID machines to be introduced in each and every county, so that we decentralize the question of ID taking. We take it to the counties and make sure that everybody is able to get the ID, because he has the guns, he has the water cannons, he has the tear gas, he has the police. We shall meet him at the polling station with our IDs. Thank everybody for listening to me. I am most obliged.
Thank you, Mr. Ndegwa, so much for your presentation. Edwin.
Hello, good evening, guys. You are getting me?
Yeah, we're getting you. Ndegwa, I'm going to link you up with Freedom Fighter so we can come up with those teams. With the legal
Please,
teams.
Freedom Fighter can take my number.
Okay. Can you drop it in her DMs, please?
Oh, I don't know how to do it.
Okay. I will facilitate that.
Oh, you have my number?
No, I'm going to reach out to you in your DM and get your number.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Okay, no problem, Mr. Ndegwa. Edwin, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, guys. So my issue is the president didn't address all the issues that maybe we Kenyans we expected him to address. For example, at the moment, for someone to be maybe to get a job or to get an employment in the TSC, you have to know you are MP or any political leader. That's a problem that we are all facing. Even, for example, in the previous regime, like that of Uhuru, the moment for you to be employed in the TSC, at least they will use the year you graduated. But at the moment, someone like you might graduate in 2023 December and you get a permanent employment in January. So that's something that our president should have addressed. And we have failed as a nation, especially on that. There is so much corruption. Every leader at the moment, especially the politicians. Someone close to Nancy Parasa, I think the name of that lady who is CEO of TSC.
Edwin, thank you. Leona.
Yes, hello everyone. Yes, I'm Leona. From my point of view, like I said, our president is failing us from a very, very large part. Like for example, I'm from Kakamega County. So in Kakamega County, we had a governor who finished his term for 10 years, Oparanya, Wycliffe Oparanya. So like the governor did a very large part of work, like building roads and everything. Like the governor whom we have right now is Fernandez Baraza, but he literally does nothing. He literally does nothing. Like the governor we had, he even built tarmac roads all over the town. There's literally no Maram road in the town. And the roads, like the all-weather roads, he literally built like good weather roads, like which are passable and everything. Like the governor whom we have right now, he does nothing. So from my point of view, like the money which we collect, like on a daily basis in our country, like for example, like Nairobi, we collect a lot of money. Just like for VAT only, VAT, like our country collects a lot of money. So like the president coming to us and telling us like he doesn't have money, he can't employ the JSS teachers. That's truly it's unimaginable, because we really collect a lot of money from our citizens, from the VAT, from the taxes we get and everything, like daily. Like only Nairobi collects a lot of money. So we are not even in a position to go ahead and go for the loans and everything. Like the president just needs to come up with a good plan to cut off the taxes and everything. And also from our counties, our governors really need to work. They also collect a lot of money from our counties. The governors really need to work to make sure like our counties really, because like the devolution, for the revolution, if even the president does it really work to the expectation, our governors should work irrespective of the government. Like the governor should really come up and do the right job for its citizens. For example, which I've said with our county for the last 10 years, the governor really did a good work, but for now, I'm saying nothing. So the president should really work, and we should even put our governors in a good position to make sure like they do a good work, because they also collect some money from our counties. So, and also for accountability of our taxes, it's really poor. So we should really work like the government should really work to the expectation. Thank you.
Thank you for your points, Mulwa.
Hello.
Mulwa, can you hear us? Microphone is yours.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. I would, for all. Actually stop corruption. If our agencies have started being given money, then that is wrong. Secondly, we should stand stand up in a way that, like, I think, is it which country in El Salvador, where the prisoners are put, where people go into prison and without, there's no human rights there, But, they look at what people have done. If you're a murderer, they make sure that you stay in prison, without even seeing anybody. No visitors come and see you, and you see your lawyer only on the TV. Secondly, I also want to say that I think Kenya employs too many. Maybe I think we have a lot of wastage. In countries in Europe, you have a lot of our houses that are bought by the government that stay. That diplomats stay in those houses. I think we should be able to buy those houses instead of us renting houses and paying so much money. Already, we don't even have money. Countries like Uganda, Tanzania don't even pay school fees for their kids. Who, when they come here, they don't even. If you come here, you come to Europe, you have to pay your own school fees. You're not given. Us, we're given like 100%. You understand? So I think we should be able to cut all those expenses for us to be able to get somewhere in Kenya. Right now, we are in a very bad position, and we should try our level best to, all those expenses which needs to be cut, employing too many diplomats and they are not needed. Those are kind of things. If there is a presidential, there's a meeting going on here, there's already an ambassador who is supposed to come and, he's supposed to chair for that. We don't really need the president to come here. Look at Magufuli, he never used to come. He never came to Europe. He never used to come for any meetings. And his embassy has only like 3 people. The ambassador, I think the agricultural attaché, and I think they maybe migration, or even 3, 4 at most, But they never did all those expenses that we do. Those 100 million that they spend when they come, a whole plane, 60, 100 people. I mean, that is just exorbitant. And then we say we don't have money. Why don't they take all that money that they are spending and then pay our debt? And then also, let's say there's so much corruption going on. I think all these people who have been stealing money now, everybody unfair that we work so hard and we are paying for so much taxes, and we are not seeing what we are doing, what the government is doing with that money. We have a lot of uneducated people who are running the government, and when they attend these international meetings, my goodness, you people, you want to cry. Kenya is always ranked in Africa as one of the top, always at the top. We don't want anybody who is coming there to talk on behalf of the government who doesn't know what they're doing. And we have a lot of those people. If you hear what they say, it is our chance. We have been given a chance. It's our time now for us to eat. That's how they talk. So for me, I don't think we're really getting anywhere. If all these people need to be scraped away. We don't need this kind of people. We don't need. We need people who are very, and somebody saw quite a bit of people who actually talked about, like if you're the Minister of Agriculture, of course you should have done agriculture, those kind of things. You don't give ministries to anybody anyhow. And it looks like that is exactly what the president does, because he does that because he has promised his people. That is what he has done. So I think let him change. Let corruption stop. Let them bring back the money that they have been stealing. All the land, they have stolen a lot of land. That land should come back to the people. If it doesn't come back to the people, then Gen Zs can take action into their hands. We can all do stuff for that. We can burn up the place, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. But let us, let them pay, let them return back. We are being praised now by everybody in Africa. But let me tell you, let us stand. Let us stand as young people and let us, I think what you guys talked about, forming, a party that will really work, and let people not be greedy and start collecting money from these guys, because all that money is stolen. It's stolen money. There's no way you can be running bought to 80 million car when you're 22 years old. Please, for God's sake, that is, that is of course stolen money. So at the end of the day, thank you so much. I was caught unaware when you guys called me, but it's okay. I'm very happy to have spoken to you guys. Let's form a chain so that we're able to sell, which is much easier, because when we have somebody in France, you have somebody in Germany, you have somebody in Italy, you have somebody in Norway, we're able to, do something together. Because I did request the government to give us a warehouse in Europe. I requested, I was told they're going to do something about it. I have not seen it. So thank you so much, and thank you for listening. Another thing, sorry, before I cut off, there is this foundation called, I'm going to give you a grant. And there are a lot of you who are here. So you can write down this grant. There's a grant going on right now, and it's called MasterCard Foundation. All right. It's a grant that is going on until November. So it's financing like 3 projects. So you look at the grant. I can even post it onto the page, and then let's see if we can work on it, because there's so much that we can do as young people, and there are many grants, and I can always post a lot of grants and come into Europe all the time. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mulwa. Thank you, Mulwa. Powerful submission. Thank you so much. Rabia, are you there?
Jimmy,
I'm always grateful for this and mwanzo nakushukuru manake mi huwa napenda spaces zako sana, manake wewe huwa unatekeleza haki kwetu sisi wenye tunakufuata. I love how you give everybody an opportunity to speak. So and I hope I'm audible also.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Thank you so much. Mwanzo huu dada alikuwa anaongea kitu kimoja about housing, and in listening to our president today, kitu kimoja napenda kuzingatia ni hii issue ya housing, and I want to tell you that not only do governors live in very lavish homes that the government pays for, or that we pay for, but actually kuna maybe sijui za kaunti zingine, lakini kule kwetu governor ajenga manyumba kadhaa, and then utakuta county officials wanaishi ndani ya zile manyumba, wanalipisha kodi. So it's almost like a circular economy that's riding on the backs of Kenyans. And I feel like that's something that people need to also be aware of. I've been seeing a lot of things on X, Twitter, where people are now posting the financial budget reports on expenditures and everything. So I think sometimes we need to look a little bit deeper, because there are other expenditures that are still going into the same pockets using our co-financing. And unajua cha kushangaza, tunaongea sana mambo ya housing, tumesikia rais akiongea sana mambo ya housing, yet Kenya remains an expat haven. Manyumba zenye wao huwa wanaishi ni manyumba za 200,000, 300,000 kwenda juu. So sisi kwa nini tusipate ile chance pia? Wale expats kidogo, I'm not saying that expats don't bring any value to this country, lakini mara nyingine unajua wao huwa wanachukua kazi zingine yenye sisi unaweza pata watu 10 wanaweza ajiriwa ndani ya hiyo mshahara. So I think this also is something that needs to be looked at when we're looking at issues of kazi ya vijana. Isiwe kazi ya vijana iwe ni hizi kazi kidogo kidogo, mambo ya kazi ya mikono, mambo ya mtu kulipwa something like 8,000 ama 7,000 kwa mwezi, anaishi kwa bed sitter. Mimi sione kama hapo kuna haki yatekelezwa. Then earlier in this space there was a lady who came on who was really not in a bad way. I think maybe she's driven by fear, but alikuwa anasema, oh guys, you know, we can't go to the streets, it's not safe, unaona kuna goons wakuja. Sawa, goons wakuja. Can we learn from how other countries also employed countermeasures to protect themselves as peaceful protesters? They formed like a human chain to protect themselves in a circle. There was a discussion on another space about putting in some scouts wenye watavaa reflector jackets ndio ijulikane sasa hii group ndio peaceful protesters. I think we need to keep the movement going and keep the momentum up. So thank you again for this space, because I feel like the discussion keeps it alive. Kitu kimoja wajua, mimi huwa nachukua Kenya ni kama nchi yetu sisi sote. Saa hii kuna zile barabara zenye zinaelekea State House zafungwa zote, watu hawezi pita na gari wala chochote. I don't think that hapo kuna na sisi twamuogopa yeye, unaona, hata kuingia kwenye hiyo space yake. Mi kusema ile ukweli, mimi as an environmentalist, mi hata nilikuwa naogopa hata niinue mkono niongee pale, manake is it a safe space for me considering the fact that we've been targeted before? Lakini bado nisema acha tu mpango wa Mwenyezi Mungu, niweke tu request nione kama nitachaguliwa. Lakini unfortunately it seemed very apparent that the whole thing was very produced and very directed and very coordinated. Manake ni watu wachache tu walipata fursa ya kuongea, ni ule mmoja tu ule KOT Sonko ndio aliongea, yani ile issues ya ground vile ilivyo. Kwa hivyo this fear mongering and this aura of fear, I think we need to move away from that. Earlier also there was a lady called June Sigei, and actually while she was speaking I just quickly went on her timeline, and I noticed that there was something she posted somewhere in 2023 to the president, saying allowing logging in gazetted forests will only destroy our water towers, shrink rivers, and worsen extreme drought. Will you urge your government to end logging and focus on regeneration instead? Sasa hakujibiwa ile swali. That was from 2023. Na sahi vile tukiongea, kuna forest, kuna, you know, in the coast we have something called a kaya forest. A kaya forest ni sacred kabisa. Yani wale wanaamini kuna ma spirits ya babu yao, kila kitu, ma ancestors wako pale. Na hizo forest basi sahi, manake ya ile upungufu ya elimu, huwa unapata kuna land grabbing nyingi huwa inaendelea pale. Land grabbing by foreign corporations for things like mining, things like whatever they want to do, logging, and land grabbing by politicians. So hii issue pia ya land grabbing kwenye forest zetu, tunastahili pia na hii tuzingatie. Na kumalizia, wajua kuna some discussion, my sister freedom fighter, you were talking about developing some working groups. I would like to propose that maybe we can do a working group on natural resources, environment, and land rights, because you find that in the land rights and human rights space, there's a lot of targeting of environmental rights defenders. In 2022, we, through I think it was Senator Abshiro Halake, there was a petition actually that was tabled in the House on the threats to environmental activists, environmental rights activists, considering that wengine wetu mwenzetu pia alishutiwa akiwa nje ya gate yake akiwa anaenda nyumbani. Why? Because she was protecting a forest. So we were asking, hiyo forest ikuwe gazetted, mtu asiende kugrab. Maanake hao politician wanatumia nguvu zao, wanatumia polisi, wanatumia goons, watatumia kila namna. But tusiposhikilia, nchi yetu itaenda kuenda na tayari inaanza kukuliwa kwa kila namna. So that will be my request, maybe when you're developing the working groups. Those are my skills. I'm happy and very willing to contribute those skills and bring other experts from the field on board. And finally, there was also another point that was raised on the language of our bills. Wajua hizi bills, gazette notice, yote iko kwa lugha ya Kiingereza. Sasa ukiangalia kwenye hizi communities zenye ziko marginalized, wao hawaelewi Kiingereza. hawaongei wala hawasikizi Kiingereza wala hawasomi. Ingekuwa ni bora zaidi, instead of us in the private sector going through the painstaking effort of translating a bill kama hii finance bill, kuitranslate ili watu wengine waelewe, pia na wao wasimame na sisi kidete kuipinga. It would be better if we actually encourage the government or the system, ikiwa kuna bill, hiyo bill weka kwenye lugha ya Kiingereza na pia kwenye lugha la taifa. Manake watu wengi ndio wanastahili kusoma na kuielewa. So I think those are my submissions for today. I hope they've been positive and helpful. I thank you for this space and I really thank you Afrocentric. I think sisi hatuko dharau kwa sababu kuna followers maybe kidogo kuliko Osama or whatever, but the fact that you really give everyone an opportunity, I think it is really big of you and I commend you for that. And thank you to everybody who's on this space and who's been listening to these discussions for so long. Let's keep the fire burning, guys. I think bado tuko na mengi, and maybe one idea I can finish with. Sahi tu like 1 hour ago nimeona ikipostiwa Nigeria actually starting a Gen Z movement ya Occupy. Sahi vile tunaketi hapa Kenya, we have inspired other countries. Tanzania, sahi, the government has put together a meeting at one of their stadiums targeting Twitter users and targeting social media users. I think they are sensing that the movement is actually spilling over into other countries. And perhaps it's something that we can also consider. Maybe tukiona Nigeria wanafanya maandamano, na sisi pia tufanye in solidarity, manake hatupendi hii maovu yenye tunaona kwenye serikali zetu. So maybe we can take that as a covering opportunity. Manake wao wakipanga tarehe yao, na sisi pia to hit the streets. After all, streets ni yetu au ni ya nani? So shukran sana, nimeshukuru kwa hii muda na nawatakia kila la heri.
Asante Rabia for that
Um,
powerful submission.
hello.
Nakuru.
Yes, good evening. First of all, is to give my sincere condolences to those who lost their loved families, and more. There's something I want to add Afrocentric, and this I want to be everyone to get it very clear. Yesterday, I happened in Nakuru. There's a friend of mine who knew one of the parents or one of their sons was injured, and so she's a Generation X, as I am, and I'm proud because I'm a Generation X. Have seen so many things changing all along the way, and maybe we can be part of we can be part of our wisdom or to give a guideline where needed. And the parent told me when we call her, I'm a Gen Z. Why? Because I'm a parent of a Gen Z who was injured and some of his friends killed. So all of us, we are here to support this movement and also to commend Afrocentric and your group for the great job you are doing. Coming now to the issues at hand, I think when you looked at the Oxford Dictionary on the word suspend, it's something that it's an active, something that is active that has maybe put hold, maybe temporary or permanently. I think what the president was doing, I think as a freelance journalist, this was just pure PR, nothing that was more important, something to hoodwink us, and the president went ahead and won. The reason I say he won because he took some few of the Gen Z who are those people shouting, who are those people calling, maybe they were trying to somehow show that you are together with them, but they went ahead. But God is good. We are going to sustain this movement. We are going to fight for this movement. Coming to what the advocate Degwajilo said, I think hapo walikuwa na kitu alichokutuambia mwanzo. Tukianza hizi vita ulikuwa ni ule mswada 2020 wa kiuchumi, lakini hasa ilivyo hasa, we need to find another way. Like now we can start with the impeachment of the president as another battleground, and before we get to that battleground, there are these cabinet secretaries that we need to be suspended, and we are fighting for the reduction of the cabinet as per article, I think, Article 153. this should be our next bigger target, because we need all these CSs who we think are not performing, and so many Gen Z have questioned about their characters, their opulence. We need to know to start fighting for that, because if somebody is putting up a 3.5 watch on his waist, and you are looking at, all of us will, every time he's posing for an interview, I think he puts his hand for everyone to see the watch. Some are putting boots that are worthy 200,000, and all of us can see this in the media and all in their timelines. I think this should be our next battlefield. From between today and Tuesday, we need to start that. We need to start telling the president, we don't need these people. We don't need Midhika Tori and his other CSS. We need these people to go. And if maybe the president thought he dimmed our voices in the space, we can show him he never dimmed our voices. All I believe, we live to fight another day. Like the Sekeku saying that says, and if I can put it well, that if you want those people who you win through just, they never come back to you. But if you win through them, you win through violence, then they come back with violence. We are not this an unviolent movement. We are tribeless. We are leaderless. But now we can come much rejuvenated and fight for the sacking of those CSs. I think if we fight for that, even as my dear sister said, everyone will see what you are doing. Thank you so much, and thank you for listening to me. Thank you so much. Afrocentric. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Nakuru. Thank you so much for your submissions. Edwin, are you there?
Yes. Net ilikuwa imenisumbua kidogo. So my issue is chenye president aliraise especially on debt management. Wamesema after 3 months watakuja na report. Lakini for me it won't work. There are many reports yenye government wameweka kwa shelves. Like for example, hii ya education tulikuwa tunadhania hii 844 system itapaki na hiyo watoe hiyo system inaitwa CBC. At the moment, CBC is very si cost effective at the moment, ni very costly, especially ukiuliza hata parents wenye wako kwa huko village. Wanasava bwana. Unapata mtoto anaulizwa alipe 1800, unapata mtoto msasi wa village huko hata ana hiyo 1800 ya kulipa from because the government is not funding it. Wanatudanganya tu hapa, wanasema oh everything is okay, but unaona wao wanasiasa wanachukua watoto wao kwa hii system ya Britain inaitwa GSE. Alafu sisi wengine masavaras tunapelekwa huko hiyo system ya CBC. After like 16 years ama nini mtoto akigraduate afike form 4, the system ya education ya Kenya itakuwa imeenda chini kabisa. And that's something that we should be honest with ourselves. And then mtu alikuwa ameraise issue ya ministers. At the moment ukiambia saa hizi ministers yenye Ruto ameelect ama yenye ameappoint, ukisema mtu amepata masters saa hizi, I guess more than 90% hawezi pass your masters class yenye unasema mtu hata knowledgeable kwa vile yenye anafanya. Ukikuja kwa genuine degrees ama mtu mwenye alifanya bachelor's degree kwa hiyo system yake, kwa hiyo parliament inaitwa cabinet yake, most of them hata wana somebody like Aisha Chumwa, like huyu wa minister wa education, health, kila mtu ako na sijui, yani njia tu zingine, yani uweza amini hata kama mtu alisoma kweli. So honestly Ruto supposed to dissolve serikali yake jamani. And then when it comes to issue ya kusema kudissolve 47 parastatals ya serikali, lakini amedissolve, lakini which bill bado ni the same. So ni ile tu ya kutudanganya tu hapa tu, watu wanaona wanashirika serikali dissolve hiyo 47 parastatals, lakini which bill will be the same. And then on the issue of NHIF amashivi yenye anatudanganya jamani, ya ametudanganya bwana, especially kama alitoa linda mama sijui hiyo ya kulipa wanafunzi. Kulikuwa na time yenye mtoto akiwa mgonjwa akiwa shule anaenda hospitali afanywe operation ama apewe madawa zote, and still hakuna chenye kitu msasa anasalipa. Lakini at the moment under hii serikali ya Ruto Kama mtoto amekuwa mgonjwa na ako shule, wewe msasa utakaramia bwana. So at the moment sisi kuna time tutakuwa tunasema hey, Uhuru was better than this government. So and on the issue of kuna issue ya system, government system vile ina work. Under Uhuru at least kuna hii time ulikuwa una apply what do you call certificate from DCI. At least ilikuwa ina take 2 weeks, but at the moment ina take 4 months ama 6 months, and then unaambia system iko chini, lakini ukilipa mtu upate mtu mwenye ako ndani ulipa hata 2000 utapata hiyo kitu yako within some 3 days ama nini. So at the moment the government is so corrupt. And then NTSA unaambiwa kuna time nili apply my driving license. Nime apply from mwezi wa 3 mpaka sasa sijapata mimi. Wanasema watakupea in 2 weeks nini, alafu wanakuambia utaandikiwa message, lakini huwezi pata hiyo message mpaka sasa. Imagine nili apply yangu mwezi wa 3. Sasa ni mwezi wa 7, that's 4 months. Lakini the moment unaenda huko polisi wanakusumbua kwa barabara, lakini ukienda kwa ofisi za NTSA wanakuambia ngojea message. So hiyo ni nini bana? Kama Ruto hawezi address hiyo issue, hatuwezi sema anything. Alafu the last thing, kuna kitu Ndekwa alikuwa amesema ati sijui apelekwe impeachment, Ruto apelekwe impeachment kwa National Assembly. Haiwezi happen jamani. Under this regime, no. The members of parliament wote wako mfuko ya Ruto. So the best thing we can say is a constitute IEPC, then maybe we can recall our members of parliament and then tunawaelect wengine so that we can impeach him. Lakini at the moment kusema tuwana impeach Ruto, that won't happen. So and the last si Ruto yenye mnasema anaenda sijui ana visit every country. Watu walikuwa wameraise hiyo issue ya kusema Ruto is a very narcissistic person nini. It's true. Like which is true because Ruto anaenda kwa every country, hawezi trust ambassadors wake wapeane hiyo message yenye suppose yeye apeane. Huju unajiuliza mbona? Because Ruto ni mtu anapenda pesa na ni mtu hawezi amini mtu mwenye aliye karibu na yeye. So as Kenyans we have to change our country. That's all I can say. Na nasema asante kwa watu wenye wote waliparticipate kwa maandamano. We have set a good example. Even our parents want to support nini kama sisi kama millennials. I'm a millennial myself. So even our parents are supporting us. And I'm saying kudos generation millennials and generation Z. And have a good night.
Hapo sawa Edwin, thank you so much. Powerful submissions hapo. Wacha nipatie mic to Jamor. Jamor, can you hear us?
Hi everyone. So I have like a couple of things that I've heard from a lot of spaces and from his interviews. I don't think Ruto is a president. I think he is a dictator and a terrorist who's holding our country hostage. And there's no way we can impeach a dictator or a terrorist. The only way is to overthrow the government. Because somebody who has no remorse, who is not recognizing his mistakes over the past few weeks, and all he has to come back here is like, I did this in the past 2 years. He's throwing us tiny bones, and now he's going to say, oh, I will audit the debt in a couple of 3 months, and then we will know how to solve it. Oh, I'm going to check the government salary. He's not going to do anything about it. There's nothing he's going to do. He's going to lie to us and go back to the initial plan that he had because he is a thief, and a thief will always find a new way to steal from us. And you can never tell a thief, oh, you're a thief. They will always find a new way to tell you, oh, no, I'm not a thief. I'm not a thief. I'm trying to help you by taking from you. And he is taking from us. There's no saying our government. We have no government. This is an employee that we no longer want in office. We don't want him. If he had any decency, he would step down, but he doesn't want to because he's a dictator and wants to keep his power. So he's trying to blind us by giving us his stupid audience and showcasing his stupid speech that has no sense. This man has spoken no sense, never said sorry to the people that died, never taken accountability that people died from the people that he sent out there. He has never said, oh, I'm so sorry. He's just like, it's not my fault or the police's fault that civilians took guns. to be taken out either forcefully or they go willingly. But this is no longer a government. We're not in a country where we are governed by anyone. He's an employee and needs to step down. We don't want him anymore. The past 2 years, he's done nothing but take and take. And if you expect him to not take anymore, then you are stupid. He will get in everyone's pocket. And I don't even blame that person who took that money, because he probably had a right now problem and said, for right now, let me take this money and entertain this one. And he will buy as many people as he wants so that he can get out of whatever shit he is in right now, because he's they leave so we can choose for ourselves again. We don't want him anymore.
Thank you, Amore. Thank you, Amore. Ruto must go. Hebu malizia na hiyo. Ruto must go.
Ruto and all of his people must go.
Dissolve cabinet, dissolve parliament,
All of
dissolve
it.
everything. The whole system
Yeah.
is rotten.
It's
Chamber,
all
the
rotten.
microphone is yours. Chamber.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I listened to the same speech when Ruto was talking. I think the same lady who has just spoken was the one addressing him like Ruto. And I want to say this. We are not backing down. We have to surge ahead and make sure that the mission is accomplished. The moment we'll relent back down, this guy is going to come back powerful 7 times what we thought he could be. And he will do it and nothing can be done. It's the time now. People have said a lot here, and I'm not going to talk much about it. All that we are expecting to do is to make sure that the mission and vision for the agencies and the entire country is sorted. It can only be sorted by the team, the people, and the youths. No one else will solve our country. If we
Fred Polo, welcome to the space. Mike Nyako.
Good evening, guys. I hope all of us had a good day. We had the best and the lowest. But I would like us to remind ourselves of something. The government is scripted. A few days ago, you saw the guy who was throwing tantrums to the Gen Z, where he said that these guys are criminals. The next day, he called a press conference and recalled the finance bill to 2024. Today, you saw he called a press conference to say sorry to those who were hurt, unluckily, and those who lost their lives. That's called reverse psychology. And that's how that gentleman won an election. He believes in hoodwinking those who have the votes and those who have the power, that I have you at heart, my sons and daughters. Please vote me. You will be making calls for free. Kaptengele, kaptengele. Remember those words? Our ladies who gave birth the last 2 years, I hope you have pampers for 6 months like I was promised. And by the way, as you make fun and joke and laugh at the same time, because it's somehow we look ourselves and find how stupid we are. If you don't accept yourself to be stupid, or you're made to be stupid, then you cannot accept to change. You cannot change. But something very positive, we have to learn from our past and our mistakes so that we can have a better Kenya for tomorrow. So that when you wake up tomorrow, you're a new person with new ideas, a new fresh energy to focus and make life of what you want to be. So gentlemen and ladies, if you listen to our lady friend who was the coast lady, she has a very nice Swahili. I can listen to her the whole night. I wish. She had the best point, both for all our generations, the past and now. She's learned. We can just pick those ideas, add your ideas so that we can make our generation better than what it is currently. Please expect more scripts going forward. Some of the CSS we are trying to mention that should be fired, those are the favorites. Are you guys aware that one of the CSS was arrested in Dubai a few days ago with some billions in cash? He had gone to buy
More comment.
apartments. And are you aware we are fundraising for the guys who lost their lives and who are hurt and still stuck in hospital with 30K, 400K? And those are our fellow Kenyans who cannot afford consultation fees, my brothers and sisters. And a minister or a CS is going to bank billions in Dubai. Guys, on a serious note, the movement we have for Gen Z, Kenya is always ahead of everything. If we make sure that we backtrack, we are lost. Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So useme jina yo CS ama unaogopa?
Murkomen Kipchumba, mzee
Thank you,
wa
thank you, thank
meno.
you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Manze, blatant theft, thuggery, taking money, our hard-earned taxpayer money are going to invest in penthouses and manunua manyumba huko. Manze, we have to take back our country, guys. Let's go give the microphone to Empress. Karibu kwenye mic, Empress.
Hello, Afrocentric. Thank you so much for this platform and freedom as well. You guys are doing great. To open up a platform for people to also just like catch up and hear what is going on if you don't live in Kenya, and it's been great just watch the news and parts of me is like hurt, and I really pray that the families are consoled. They did. I just pray that they find peace one day, and I pray that the president at some point will own up to what he did or what he commanded to be done. I'm just really saddened by everyone who passed. It's not easy to see. I think being like, imagine we've all been waking up angry, sleeping angry, and it's not healthy at all. Like, all our mental health is not okay because we have a government that's not listening to us. As much as he's saying he's listening, he's been listening since and not actually doing. Being abducted as well. I don't know if protests are the way to go, because if there might need to be other strategies, or stop using social media to plan what needs to be planned, and like confuse the government a little bit so that the goons stop being sent out, because now places are looted, businesses are stopped, and for no reason, and people are just supposed to be on the streets waiting for the for somebody to listen to them. And that's my biggest question mostly, is like, is there other ways other than being on social media, giving out the list of things we're doing from Sunday to Tuesday? Is there a way that we can not put it on social and kind of switch out the narrative so that they think we're going out on Monday, but then we actually go out on Sunday, so that it's not, I don't know, there needs to be a switch in how protests are done so that it's not confused. So yeah. I think I'm done. I think someone wanted to speak. I don't know.
Thank you so much, Empress. Yeah, ideas have been floated about moving the movement to another platform, communicating in code, but we're still exploring all ideas from the ground. But that's a very good idea because we know the NSS is listening, and that's why they were able to strategically place goons uh, on the day that we had planned to protest. But
And even
anyway,
also one more point is that
yeah.
if people can identify the goons and also just figure out why they do it, what they do, like if they're being paid a lot of money, finding ways to be like, why are you being paid and why are you accepting this amount? Because this is happening to you. And I know it's hard to even like speak to police officers, but there's police officers like that guy who was crying. And now it's like, why can't they just switch and just help and protect the people? I know there's money. I know it's a time in the economy that people are suffering, but there's like a time and place where people should just say enough is enough and we're done. Because also like our MPs, if they really listen to what Ruto was saying, he literally rukat everybody. He even rukat the police. He said this is your fault. Now at this point, common sense should just ingilia everybody and just say, look, see, he just put us under the bus. Why should we be defending this man? That's my biggest point.
Thank you so much, Empress. Simon.
No, hi everybody. Can you hear me? I'm at a bit noisy place, but I hope you guys will hear me.
That place is so noisy. Be
Can you hear
decent,
me now?
Simon. Simon,
Yeah,
be
yeah.
decent
Can you hear me?
and get out of that noise. Then talk to us here.
Okay, I'm out of the noise now. Can you hear me? Can you
Much
hear
better.
me?
Much better.
Much better. Thank you. Now, this is my point. First of all, the space that was hosted today was a big letdown. And the questions that were asked to Ruto or whoever he calls himself were way outside our mandate or whatever we've been championing for. Because personally, I joined that space, and when I requested for the mic, I was denied. And then I learned later on that whoever was speaking was to speak. They had selected, and they had like scripted questions to ask. That aside, Sunday is Sabasaba. I would propose that we do a match, an historic match. Our match is to, number one, honor our heroes that Ruto killed via his rogue mercenaries. Secondly, I'm still proposing a match to communicate that we were communicating. They pretended that they had us. They really never had us. And I want anyone who will agree with me to second me. But really, they pretended that they had us. They just saw us, they did not hear us. Number one, I wanted to ask in that space, is Ruto going to dissolve the cabinet or is he going to die with the cabinet? Like go down with them. It was a big letdown. Having learned that others who we were, I don't know if they were abducted for real or they just disappeared into some state of corridor pretending to cut some deals. Mhm. So to me, I feel like we showed them what we can do. Now let's do what we have to do. Because it is very clear that us as common Mwananchi, we are on our own. Ruto must go. We don't want this cabinet and anything that comes with it. So I'd really propose that we do this for our people, our fallen heroes. I listened to Mama Rex paying her tribute to her son. I listened to those others paying tribute to their loved one who were shot, maimed, and every other thing. And then we come hold a space or host a space, invite the head of state, and none dared to talk about what happened to us during those mandamanos or our marchings. Someone has the audacity to even hire foreign mercenary from that mzee from across the border. By the way, Museveni ni umbwa sana akiwa na Ruto. They import mercenary to come and kill your own people. Who does that? Even if you are a father and your sons make mistakes or do stuff that are not as per your house regulations, you don't go to your neighbor to invite them to come and beat your son inside your house. On that, I feel we were let down. And then, anyway, by the way, I'm a bit emotional and I'm a bit so sad. My take is let's do this. Let's keep the match on
Hello.
until they hear us, until they now hear us for real.
Dida, mute
Thank
your
you. I'll
mic.
drop my mic.
Dida, mute your mic so that you. Uh,
Have 30
Yeah,
seconds
yeah,
left.
my time,
Malizia.
I know my time is over.
Simon.
My question is, yeah, moving forward, can we please lay down a proper strategy and do the match, starting with Sabasaba? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Strategy for Sabasaba. I think that's on everyone's mind. I'll go with Dida Wadida.
Yes, thank you very much. One thing I want to congratulate you and put a pat on your shoulders for the good work you are doing. Secondly, we won on that Tuesday. We won the fight on that Tuesday. Then we need to ask ourselves, what's the way forward? And I think all these issues are coming from what has been brought forward by the culture. The culture of people doing the wrong things and nothing happens. For instance, some countries have what we call economical crimes. That is never heard of in Kenya. we don't have that what we call economical crime. That somebody has done this, and these are the punitive measures that are put in place. So I think as JTs and this forum, what should be looking into is how do we bring this cultural shift from what is the norm in Kenya. So long as you have money in Kenya, people will cry Linturi must go, Linturi must go, but because he's in that position and he is a political appointee, the war will never be won. So as we forge forward for this movement, we need to be looking at what are the some of the things we should be fighting for. That if this crime is committed, I'm a teacher by profession. Let me use my approach, the teaching profession. At any mistake made by a teacher, the first thing you are given is an interdiction. There's no explanation. You are given an interdiction. Go home, and then you will come and explain yourself whether you are guilty or not guilty. Why can't it be also be put in a place that as we forge forward, as we look forward for the change that must come, that is coming, that we get our rules straight, our ways straight, that if you have to go with this movement, then these are the policies you are putting in place. Secondly, to comment on what I heard from this space by the president, it was very unfortunate that if I were him, I would not have held that meeting or that space, because I didn't get any reasonable idea you tried to put across to answer the questions that are in the spaces out here. He's trying to play smart, and we need, as a group, to look at how do we counter that? How do we continue moving on? There are so many things that are going to come across, and I wish we invested in now getting into the grassroots now, because you find that most of us will get on the experts, but now what about those people in the village? How would we get to them? How do we reach? How do we give this information back to them? That's what we should be planning as from now. You see, I'll give an example of Uganda. If you go to Uganda, Kampala, people will talk about service bad, but I've been to the interior parts of Uganda where they think Museveni is their God, because nobody has ever gone to that lower level to tell them what is their rights. And so we might be doing this thing in the spaces and cities, but that in the village, we need to strategize and plan, as one of the speakers had said earlier, that if we need to score, then we need to strategize as early as this. The way forward, and my thinking is, let us not fight for the change that will remain the same, and we should fight for cultural change. Even those who are willing to be propelled by this movement to power, they should be coming with an ideology that we are going to power with a cultural change, that we am not getting into this to make a crime, and I'll be, for instance, let's say that Afro whatever is the leader, is the president tomorrow, and then I'm the minister, and he is my friend. I will survive the corrupt case because he's my friend. Otherwise, guys, I'm a millennial. I'm very happy with this movement. This is what we praying for, that somebody comes up with a strategy to change Kenya, because Kenya is a great nation. Kenya is
Did a land.
yes. you and say that this is the best way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dida. The God, Father, Mike Niako.
Thank you for Centric, Freedom Fighter, the speakers that have been here with us for the last, I believe I've been here for at least 6 hours. So maybe the space has been here longer than that. Impressive. And to begin with, we give our condolences to the bereaved families, those we lost in the struggle. And it is not in vain. We really are in this together, and we will make sure that those lives were not lost in vain. And how do we make that happen? It will be through the objectives and the results we derive from the movement and the revolution. So, and those who are injured, we wish them quick recovery. Hopefully, they're getting enough help. I hope some of you attended some of those funerals as well, have visited them in the hospitals, those who are in the country, at least to give that moral support. I think that will go a long way in strengthening the bond that is already being formed. Moving forward, since I've been here longer, I think I won't get 2 minutes, I'll get slightly more. I begin with what I call may agree with me, but I have always felt in this movement, those who have been supportive of the regime and supported the president, yet are part of the movement, though are welcomed, must never be trusted and must never be given the frontline role. Then second, those who have tried to slow down the movement when it was at its peak, for instance, those who suggested that maybe it wasn't a very good idea to go and march to the State House, among others. Of course, we took the screenshots and we'll remind them after the fact. Those are also people that, while they are welcome to be with us in the movement, must also be treated with a lot of suspicion and must never be allowed to be within the leadership of the movement. That said, the movement is leaderless, and there's a book to that effect that those who might be interested may want to read. I will post the cover of the book on this jumbotron so that those who might be interested can read the book. And we also have the soft copy which we can circulate if people are interested. That will actually strengthen our resolve as to why we need the leaderless revolution or leaderless movement moving forward. Many things have been said about Mr. Ruto. I do not think we need to emphasize that he's the president. While constitutionally he still is, he has lost the legitimacy owing to the events over the past few weeks. And if it was a serious country, he would have resigned. Unfortunately, it's Africa, and many of his friends want him there, so it won't happen easily. It requires a lot of pressure, but that said, we have still succeeded because we've seen a bit of concessions from the government. Most importantly, there's a lot of political awareness, and I think that will help, particularly in the runoff to the 2027 general elections. So that is something that I take as a positive thing. I want to emphasize on some of the few things that were stated here by others. I see people came here to lament, and they brought in several issues that maybe are dear to their hearts. Some are environmentalists and fair schemes, and they brought these issues up. Some brought some suggestions about how maybe the foreign affairs need to be handled. Maybe they felt renting at exorbitant prices, it defeats logic in a country that is poor, whereas all other big countries, the big five or the big seven or G7 or the G20, they all own their own embassy buildings and residences in those countries. Why shouldn't we do the same? Maybe. What does this say about the whole conversation? I think it states that we have problem with governance, and let's make it clear: governing a country is not easy, and there is no perfect governance. There is no perfect government, so to speak. However, there are those things that maybe we might reduce to call them irreducible minimums, and I think that's where the anger comes in, and I think that's why we are trying to fight to regain the country. So, what is the way forward? The way forward, ideally, is Ruto must go together with all his likes, including all the elected officials, and they begin afresh. What does that mean? It also means that it's not going to be easy, it's not going to be fancy, and it's going to be painful. But pain is the necessary ingredient for us to gain. For as they say, no pain, no gain. So it is something that is not going to be for elections or just at the election, but it will come at a price. So when we talk about change, when we talk about Ruto must go plus all his government and all the elected officials, and we begin afresh, it also means that we are going to go through a very turbulent period before we regain our ground. But it is the necessary evil that we must confront in order to regain this country. And I urge all patriots to focus on the goal. We want this country, I'm not a Gen Z, at least, I'm a millennial, and we want this country to be better for our children, our children's children. That's the goal. And if we don't do anything, then nothing will happen. So that's why we put this voice here, and that's why we support the movement. And those who have been with the movement from the word go, like Afrocentric, we applaud you. Of course, there'll be traitors, and there'll be those who will join us later. Ultimately, we shall judge people by the fruits of their labor, and that is what counts. So we are not going to discuss traitors here, but most importantly, I want to encourage us to soldier on. Thank you so much for your time, and let's keep on listening. Let's keep on having this conversation, and let's also coalesce outside these spaces, because these spaces have been infiltrated, so that we can have our strategy behind the scenes. Thank you. Back to you, sir.
Thank you so much, the Godfather, for your submission. Joachim Nyanga. Joachim. Joachim. Joachim, can you hear us? Global, go ahead.
All right, a wonderful evening from every one of you. My name is Ambassador Ushi Israel. I'm the Global Director of Global African Youth Inclusion. And by the grace of God, we want to salute all the vibrant youths of Kenya. We have been on the space monitoring the movement. We were in the space this afternoon when the president was engaging the youths. And we want to say we are proud, we are so happy, we are so excited at what Kenya youths have taken the lead in Africa to ensure that there is a political awakeness, there is a political consciousness in Africa. And therefore, we want to salute your courage, we want to salute your vibrancy, we want to salute your determination, we want to salute your visionary that you guys have taken the lead in Africa. We are so excited. And we want to say that we are monitoring the movement, we are supporting fully the movement. We are also arranging to ensure that we bring in all the needed support, financially, morally, and otherwise, to ensure that Ruto must go. Seriously, centric, we'll get to him and let you people know what we're doing. But I want to assure you that we are not suspicious. We are not betrayers here. We are not going to betray because we believe in this cause. And therefore, every one of you will salute your courage. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your submission, Global African Youth. Thank you for supporting the Kenyan brothers. Kevin. Kevin, tukusikia, endelea. Kevo, Munene. Chief Sam, are you there?
Have you called me?
You go ahead. I can't get a hold of these people.
Hey, thank you very much.
Give me a few minutes. I'll be back. Just give some other people a chance. Then I'll be back. I'm doing something.
Lift your hand when you're back, okay?
Government, and like people are seeing it, but if we try to address them, there's just a way. The government has already orchestrated so many mechanisms to try and neutralize whatever the people are actually saying, and it is hurting. So first of all, to all our fallen heroes, I pour my heart out to their families and to all Kenyans of goodwill. And I think so many people have actually addressed it very kindly. But I think on the wastage part, there's so much that is going on because you realize that we use a lot of and you ask yourself, how is it that a YouTuber like Mr. Beast could actually see that in these constituencies, water was more important than any other thing, as in every other thing was just supplement, including maybe the computers and whatnot. But water was managed to do over 50 boreholes here in Kenya, in our own country. So that is one place I feel like priorities on how these things is usually lost. So I feel like we also have to really drill down to those people who are actually managing our economics in terms of the top positions, the central bank and the whatnot, so that they actually do the correct budgeting for whatever we need, so that if it is finished, because there are certificates after every step somebody takes in a year. It was about police brutality. Actually, it was about extrajudicial killing. But I wasn't expecting that the way it actually played out, I would actually come to see it directly now in front of my eyes, where somebody had to die by a gunshot. And this one actually happened, especially in Parliament, in the CBD. Police came with the rubber bullet gun. They were shooting not directly, and then the pastor actually said, "Watch and do it." So you see, the government is so direct on how they want to deal with protesters, such that if there were no cameras, if people were not recording, then even these numbers that we are talking about, how many people actually died, would have been more. not about CG. The government prepared the CG security, all those things. The government did nothing. If there was nothing like people recording, there will be more deaths. And I feel like the police should know their mandate, and the police should follow the law. That is something so painful, because if you can actually see the video that Brian Obra actually posted, where that nurse, that beautiful doctor was actually saying, like we have to find a way of like minimizing the deaths, and then the police is saying we're going to kill many more. This one should actually make people even more angry, to make sure that all these people just go home, because if you have no respect for life, then what are you doing even in those seats? Lastly, governance and preparation, because we've all agreed that these people, when it comes to governance, they understand nothing the notion that we want our government that is actually working, things that are actually working, not easy position on tuletea. So I'm looking at the way, because for us we are leaderless, and that one you understand. I'm looking at this position in such that as we even move within this particular movement of Gen Zs, I want to urge each and every person, whichever constituency you come from, if you're a millennial, if you're working, so that if for example, you'll be given that position because we want to groom our own people, we want to make sure that when you're going there, we say you're going to be the Minister of Finance, you're going to be the Minister of Health. We know you already. We've worked with you. We understand. We don't care about how much money you have. We don't want to go. We want me personally. I want all this mess that you're actually into. So I want to appeal to each and every one of us in each and every constituency you represent, wherever you come from. Go mobilize your youth. Go tell them it is important that they have the voters card. It is important that they have, the IDs ready. First vote, and number two, we already know the people who we have our people who are going to represent us, and we have the numbers who are going to actually put them there. And tafadhali, ukisha kuweka huko, please do not forget your mandate. Asanteni sana. That is all I could actually say. Thank you for listening to me. I'm done. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Go ahead.
No, I didn't hear. I thought maybe you were speaking and I couldn't hear you. I can hear you. Okay. Very well. Yeah, let's continue the conversation. I'm not sure for how long you want us to continue, especially that there's several other spaces, and maybe you've been hosting this for about at least 8 hours. You may be tired. Give us some time
Yeah,
so that we can work with it. Sorry?
yeah. I'm tired. I'm trying to finish the.
What we have fought for and what we are going for. A lot of things have been said, but I want to emphasize on our unity and our purpose. If we lose the focus on our purpose and unity, because of the confusion that the president is bringing forward, then our labor is going to go in vain. We have a few things that are going to push us so hard, even to speak hard issues to the executive. That is, if they are ready to listen to us and to implement. And I request all of us that we do not bow to the pressure, uh, uh, because some of us, we've lost some of us. Now, President declined to sign the finance bill because of the pressure of the GNC, but we still have the parliament, the same parliament that passed the bill. We do not have the confidence in the leadership in the National Assembly. Number two, even though the LSK moved to court to block the deployment of KDF, we still saw KDF on the streets. The president said that there was need for that. And remember, our police are deployed in Haiti, while our own KDF are here to fight their own nationals, which is unconstitutional and it is wrong. We have to talk about the cabinet, the CSS, which is there in the office and it is unconstitutional. This is where our resources are being looted. Yes, can I continue?
Yes, yes, yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, so for me, these are areas that we have to focus on, and we have not.
Go ahead,
Uh,
guys. Don't stop interrupting speakers, guys.
I think you can mute them all.
Yeah,
The co-host, just mute them. Sorry.
Can I
Vera, continue.
continue?
Yeah, Vera, continue.
Even if we don't go back on the streets, that depends on what we will agree on. But we have not won yet. We've just made an history in Kenya that the youth of this nation broke into the parliament and gave this nation an international shame that left our president with no option but to do that which he never intended to do. And we are not going to bow to his pressure just because they want to kill us. We are shaming them to be on the streets. They don't uphold the constitution that gives us the right to picket peacefully with the protection of police. And right now we should also advocate that the IG resigns, because we hold him to account to the lives that we've lost. That was an order. The Interior Cabinet Secretary, I watched him speak yesterday, and that was careless of him, addressing the nation and families who have lost loved ones and young people who have our future. I plead with all of us to unite to a cause, never to give up, to address these issues with boldness. We have future that the current leaders does not have. A lot of looting is going on in this nation, impunities. There is no balance at all, from parastatals to companies to the government itself. One or two tribes dominate, but I thank God that we are tribeless. I thank God that we are just who we are, just Kenyans who want the good for our future and for our nation. So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. Moving forward, we must have a strategy. Moving forward, we must speak boldly. Whether we come face to face with the president or not, we have to maintain our standards because that is the truth. Otherwise, all will go in vain. The president is also under pressure. IMF is there, our World Bank is there. So, guys, thank you so much for the unity. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you so much for burning oil up to this time. Back to you, host. God bless you.
Thank you, Vera. Non-aligned.
Hello.
Hello, go ahead.
Okay. Now, just wait. There is a plane passing. And it does. Okay. Can you
Rolex.
hear me? Yeah.
Oh
Am
yeah,
I
yeah.
audible?
Yes.
Okay. First, I want to thank the host, and I want to thank everyone here burning the midnight oil, as the previous speaker has said. All I want to say is this. Being this movement was an organic movement, being this movement came at a point where Kenya was at an inflection point. What I just want to say, in a movement, it takes different shapes and sizes, but if we continue staying focused, I think we'll reach our goal. And for those who I have here had a lot of bickering of someone betraying us or not, and being leaderless means that that started, those who were with us at the start were just democratic volunteers, but they were not leaders. So for us, even after the first protest, which was a success, the other two protests that were there, what we realized when goons started invading the protest, when politicians and the elite system started working overtime from the NIS to the DCI and the rest, how small we are, we can stir the pot and shake the ruling class. What also I would like also to bring into light is that we are being heard not only in Kenya, we are being heard also outside the country. And even as we keep pushing on, we need also to take into account Pan-Africanism, because it is not only a Kenyan problem, it is an African problem. And also we need also to take into account and ask ourselves, what sustains these leaders? What sustains the ruling elite that have been playing with the psychology of Kenyans over and over again since independence? And what you come to realize, it is not only what is within the country that sustains them, but it is other foreign interests that sustains these leaders. Ruto is just a face of many that will come through that office of the president. He is just one. And he has found himself at an inflection point that has been boiling over and over for so many years, until we have reached here where the youth decided to take the mantle and take it to the government, saying, we are the people, we are the sovereign. And from that point, even as we continue pushing forward, even as we continue forming working groups, please take that into account. And also, maybe one thing, we need to utilize technology, not only from a point of the end user, but the ones that are developing these systems. I was once interacting with a developer that is abroad, and I was asking him, how can we create a platform like even Twitter, around an open source platform for Kenyans? Because if internet can be disrupted for the sake of a government, you need also to ask yourself, that is right of information that has been infringed, right to share information and right to receive information. Then it means if all these platforms can be taken over by the government, we need to have a plan B. And my conclusion with that friend, that developer who was abroad, is a Kenyan. He told me developing such a platform really requires dedicated group of developers and also non-developers, but it requires a dedicated group. And that's a space, that's an endeavor that also we need to think as Kenyans and as Africans moving forward. How can sets mechanisms in place for that space to be open source, that it cannot be infringed anyway. How? Because even the systems that we enjoy today came from a fight. Because if you can go and look of the history of technology in America, the formation of the open source communities of software developers, please go and look at it. Even if you're not a developer, there is something technology can offer us, our own homegrown technology can offer us in this fight for freedom. Also, what I want to say is, please, guys, even those guys that are hosting these platforms, please be careful. National Intelligence Service is working overtime, and I'm not talking out as a second-hand information. I have someone related, I am related to, who's working there. Those people work overtime. Social engineering is real. They will use every type of system, everything that they have in their tools to restructure the mental faculties of Kenyans. They can refocus our whole society if they want to. That's the NIS for you. And also, what you need to take into account, they are not alone. They are working hand in hand with the CIA abroad. So please, guys, even those guys who are hosting these platforms, just be careful. That's what I keep telling people every time. If you feel like there's some messages you're getting, turn your phone off. That turning the data off alone will not help. Putting on airplane mode will not help. Please, guys, be careful. And also the hosts of this platform, we can look at other more encrypted platform. Leave Telegram. I always tell people Telegram is an infiltrated platform also, even though it looks like it is more encrypted. And even in this X space, what you're coming to see is pseudo accounts being formed, meaning that these are just accounts that are used by either the CIA in in joining with the NIS, just to siphon enough information for them to restructure their their workings in government. And there's someone who said formally in this platform that government is a scripted structure, which is true in every shape and form. So please, guys, as we continue pushing on, and the host of this platform, all of us, please, let's take good care of ourselves. Security begins with you and ends with you. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nana Aligned. Hussam, you there? Hussam, unmute your mic. Address us. Rema.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we can hear you, Hussam.
Jambo
Rem,
Afrocentric.
Rema, go ahead. Wait.
Uh,
Rema, hold on. Hussam is going.
a very good evening to my fellow Kenyans, everyone who's here. Thank you guys for being here. My name is Hussam, youth living at the coast in Mombasa. And just thought I would just maybe give a small contribution to the discourse right now. Now, I just wanted to touch on a few things, just to be very, very brief. And mine was just today to look at the opposing forces we are facing in the context of what we are now defining as a revolutionary struggle. Right now, we are seeing and witnessing very many counter-revolutionary practices. a penetration of our media interactive space, and we are witnessing just a rise to prominence of anti-intellectualism, where you find some individuals, I won't mention names and dwell on personalities, but and you find plebeians, simpletons, halfwits, and dimwits are the ones who are assuming control of the discourse right now. And I believe these are hazardous times, and we have to really make an effort to bridge the intellectual gap we are really witnessing right now. And we must fight it by means of counter propaganda and fight a very robust information warfare, aside from what we are already doing physically on the streets. Now, in light of the recent events, current events we are seeing with individuals being co-opted and compromised by state forces, it is very important to where voices of different people, regardless of their standing, regardless of their following, and really appreciate the importance of different voices. Because when you give prominence to singular voices, it really gets easy for people to get bought out and for the message to really get drowned out. One thing I'd really like to highlight is the current, just aligning with the discussion on social engineering. The social engineering right now is it's really targeted at and manifested in a Ponzi scheme, where you find at the bottom of the social pyramid there are people who are sold the illusion of upward mobility through social classes, and they are cheated, and people are purchased and co-opted, the ones we consider our representatives or people with social influence, and then they come to the top of the social pyramid just by getting these bribes. Now, if we can really appreciate the importance of art and literature, if we can really just get more voices out in art and literature, because if you look at previous revolutions, they were either driven by symbolism, art, and literature. People like Ernesto Guevara during the Cuban Revolution, during around that time is when he traveled through South America writing a novel called The Motorcycle Diaries, where he really detailed the struggle throughout South America, the struggle against capitalism. Now, just to dwell on the importance of symbolism, you find in places like Tanzania, the opposition party Chadema, they have a two-finger salute, which denotes multipartyism and the struggle for multipartyism in Tanzania, which took place in the 90s. In places like Turkey, you have some symbolism like a gray wolf hand sign. In places like Ethiopia, where they had a protest movement culminating in the in America, we had a Black Lives Movement. So my message just today, in summary, as I finish, is just basically, guys, try and mix it up and try and have fun with it. Mujibambe sana, try and put some art into the revolution. Try and put some symbolism. Try and get out some he really is really also doing a lot of good work highlighting the importance of symbolism and the arts in passing the message across. So guys, just in summary, And to sign off, just don't forget the importance of the arts. Let's all keep it solid and keep exchanging views and have a very pluralist discourse. You know, it's not good to front people and drown out other voices.
Hey, thank you, Husan, for that historical discourse on revolution. I mean, I think that's one of the reasons I banned midnight oil is because I just want everyone, whether you have 2 followers, 1,000 followers, to get a platform to append your voice to this movement and feel part of it. Because sometimes the spaces can get so huge that, and it just becomes statistically impossible for everyone to speak. And that's why I try to stay up. I mean, and as long monopoly of ideas. We never know, that person with 2 followers can have the key that unlocks the next wave of this movement. And most importantly, thank you to dedication to all the listeners.
Good evening and good morning to you guys. I hope mnanisikia vizuri.
Tunakusikia.
Okay. So now I should start from the first, or rather the second day of the protest. That was on, I think, on Thursday, the week before, that I attended to, and I had volunteered as a first aider at Jamia. And then Thursday was a bit calm. So on Tuesday, when I went to Jamia again, people had started getting shot. Where that was the day when the parliament was breached. And there's one thing I'd love to thank the volunteers, the medical volunteers who were at Jamia and All Saints, because tulipata tulipata mass casualty from the afternoon hours when people started getting shot. Most of them were rubber bullets, and some of them were live rounds. Personally, around 4 p.m., while I was still at, I received or took custody of a body that was brought down from all the way from Africa, and this person was already there. It's someone who was a John Doe who didn't speak to him, and we had tried to come and pick the body because the ambulances didn't, or rather wouldn't agree to pick, or rather to transport a dead person without any formalities, or rather accompaniment from the police. But walikata, so I had to stay with a body, someone I didn't know, yeah, a stranger who had passed from around 4 p.m. to some had gunshot wounds, others had rubber bullets, others were cut with sharp objects, probably maybe because I think on that day some part of town was being looted also, so some of them had come with deep cuts. So it's very painful for me personally, because having stayed with a person that I didn't know who had passed, and stayed with that body for hours, not wanting to leave him alone, yeah, in death. And it's very painful for me, because at the end of the day, today I join, or rather I come online and I find that a space was going on hosting the president, when that person himself, you find that someone who is an acquaintance or a friend passed and was being buried today, it really pained me because I saw things that I would wish to forget. I've been through mass casualty situations at Dusit during the Dusit attack, and it's really painful because such pictures still stay with me to date, and it's very hurtful because at the end of the day, what do we achieve if we are divided, if people sell out? Yeah, we need to, personally, I think we need to be strong. We need to keep going. If let's say people give up in between maybe this wave of revolution that we are in a few months there's people kutakuwa na watu ambao labda due to fatigue.
Rubia Mike, uko mbali kidogo.
Oh, nasema
Thank you.
Thank you. Nasema at the end of the day we need to be united despite all the side shows, all the selling out of fellow comrades and everything. Lazima tukue united as one. Yeah, and we need to support each other because at the end of the day, medics, or rather, personally, I'm not a medic, but having experienced mass casualty situations, you find that you just have to show up. You do your little part and move on. But I have worked for the government before, yeah, and I've seen the looting. I'm a procurement specialist by profession, so I was at this place where COVID billionaires happened, and I saw everything that happened there. Immediately during that COVID billionaires thing, I resigned, but it still pains me because at the end of the day, I do projects, passion projects at Kenyatta, and I support cancer victims. So you find that patients don't get medication. Even in counties, I come from a very remote county in Tana River, and it's very painful because uko home hakuna specialists or oncology and everything, but we have cancer cases going increasing daily or annually, but our leaders are not, or rather they don't care. They still services huko, hakuna hospices and everything, and we bury people every day. Yeah, it's very painful. I try to volunteer as much as I can. We need to focus, we need to not stop fighting. At the end of the day, kuna watu wataenda, people will die, people will get hurt, we'll lose friends and everything. But at the end of the day, to what end? What is our goal? We need change in Kenya. Yeah. So mine is to just say that we need to stay focused. Hakuna haja ya kuanza kusema oh we need leaders, we need this. No, everyone has a personal reason as to why they are on the streets. Currently, there is a wave that is going on. There is a plan, or rather, the youth in Nigeria are planning to start going to the streets for 10 days from August 1st to 10th. Yeah. So imagine all these Gen Z people in Africa going to the streets, one country after another, one country after another. However little change we get is a win. So we need to focus. We need to focus and we need to keep going. Personally, I'll be attending that Occupy Ministry of Health because I've been part of Ministry of Health before, and it's painful for me. So I need people to be very serious. Even if you're in the diaspora, personally here in Kenya, we need to occupy each ministry pole pole too, and we, as much as if we don't give up, the government will get tired, the police will get tired. We'll always have to occupy, and move to the streets every single chance we get. Kama kitu haitufurahishi lazima tuingie streets. The same way Egypt, it went to Libya, through the Arab countries, yeah. So we need to keep on going. We need to keep on going 5 days, yeah. So we need to do that. We need to keep on going despite the lies. They'll keep lying. They'll keep deflecting things. They'll keep. We need to get people going. We need to focus, and we need to not give up. Not give up. It's very painful to see blood every day. Like on Tuesday, I saw blood on this past Tuesday.
Cancer.
Yeah.
Yeah, like no, you can't just leave us on Tuesday. So blood. Kwani any movie?
Sorry.
Finish.
So on Tuesday, people got shot. On Tuesday, people got shot, and there are people who are there in critical condition, but mtu anasikia uchungu to the point that they just talk and they tell you stay on the streets. Muendelee kupiga street. That's the message that I got from people who never gave up. Unapata mtu amepigwa risasi kwa uso, kuna mwingine amepigwa graze wounds kwa kichwa, and these are open wounds that you see. Unaona, this is a young person, this is a person who had a future, but because of trying to exercise their right, amepigwa risasi, but he is here telling you, please happen in vain. They have to count. We have to honor them. We can't let sellouts dim our light. At the end of the day, the struggle will continue, no matter how long it will take. So, tafadhalini, personally, I am a volunteer, so I'll go to on Monday. I'll always be there. So, thank you, and do have a lovely night, guys.
Thank you, Cancer. Hey, Manze, you are really the heroes of this movement. Thank you so much for volunteering your time, just to be there on the streets and helping with the medication and medical personnel. Manze, you're a true hero. We need shujaa kabisa, Manze. Asante. It's because of you, man, we believe in a better Kenya. You Cancer soldier. Hezron, Wambi, are you there? Ashola, Pambazuka.
Habari zenu. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you for burning the midnight oil. I've been listening on and off all afternoon, and I'm very grateful for this particular space because I really applaud the constructive, productive. Cancer, thank you so much for your work on behalf of all of us. What I wanted to say is one thing is for sure, Kenyans, we are very generous and humble in spirit. And it's always apparent to me when I'm around my fellow Kenyans. And I want to encourage everyone and say that it's not a battle, it's a war. So every little step we make, like whatever we're occupying, step by step, we will get to our destination. If you hear countries like Nigeria are now learning from Kenya, Nigeria, which was known, quote unquote, to be the power of Africa or something like that, where every time you hear about a Nigerian 12-year-old that is in the Guinness Book of World Records, well, let me tell you, Kenyans, we have also been a bright light. We were the creators of M-Pesa years before. I remember as a kid when I was traveling outside of Kenya, the music that would be played in Kenya, you would hear it even before it was heard in New York City. So what I want to say is this. In terms of going forward, I know we are leaderless, which is great, but even so, because then, individuals can be isolated, but groups cannot be isolated. So sort of like a council of elders. I like the idea of the teams that you have talked about, the young lady talking about the environment. I heard someone talking about mental health. I heard somebody talking about education. One thing about Martin Luther King that he did very well, he understood the power of controlled emotional expression. We've had an emotional day, a day of betrayal, but that is a tool of the enemy. When you think about going incognito, maybe AI can be used. Can you imagine if everybody's face on this on X Spaces was Ruto's face? And I mean, and nobody would know, oh, okay, who is this person? The guy will go paranoid. He won't know who's for him, who is against him. There is so much that is out there that can be done to continue this, because we don't want pedestal politics anymore. As long as the fundamentals of what we're fighting for are true, like if it's a company you've invested in, if it's your country you've invested in, what are the fundamentals? As long as you can bring them to the surface and you see that we have a whole force of educated Gen Zs who are here to pull up the other ones who are coming after, So I don't want to stay too long. I really appreciate the opportunity to share my views. And let me tell you, the diaspora from 2000, was it 2021 to now, have quadrupled in remittances. There was a time when like Bitengo Ndemo was in the United States trying to get money from the diaspora. That money is still there. And here, let me tell you, people are very invested in Kenya, and we're so proud of the Gen Zs and what they have managed. We have such a core group of passionate, intelligent people. Remember Wangari Maathai? She actually went to jail because she was fighting for Uhuru Park. Okay, so this is a war. It's not a battle. Never forget that. Stay strong. Thank you so much, and God bless.
I am here now. Good evening, good morning. Hello, how are you, Ase?
Good morning, good morning. Endelea.
Yes, unajua mkiona Rema mnadhani ni msijana but zamani. Okay, Nairobi is Ishmael from Kenya, and I just want to say something because I as the youth this country, even after that now I was really undermined by many people. They wanted to arrest me because I've been many platforms talking about a demonstration.
Even today, I've been in the house the whole day. I've been so much track. I received many calls, but I just dismantled my lines and lock myself in the house. But I just want to say wazee, hii vita sio ya kabila moja. I'm in Nairobi, Georgia. I just want to say, I personally am really so painful when I see what is happening in our country. This regime of this young man, this man from Kipsigis, because I know Mr. Ruto is not a Anandi. Ruto is a Kipsigis from Bomet, and this man is so really pesa kwa mfuko. By therefore, now when you see all processes in Kenya, Africa, started from Kenya Power, mpaka kule nini post kule, when you see the CEOs only are Kalenjins, no any other communities. And this guy hata kabisa hana aibu kuongea kwa today kwa space no hiyo nini hiyo Twitter hiyo. It was just like unajua jamani, because hana aibu, anapanga tu kutenga kila kitu. Na naone kwamba sisi Gen Z na millennials tumerefuka sana. We are the only people who can change this country. Natumia njia zote. I was having a strategy, and that is the things I've just raised yesterday, and people started now calling me, wewe kijana Masai unapanga nini? Unataka kufanya nini? Nikasema kwamba tukipanga kwamba tunaenda kudemonstrate kesho, tukisema Tuesday kama kila siku Tuesday tunatangaza ni Tuesday, lakini tunaenda Monday. Sisi tumesoma kualiko, wakipanga yao hivi, sisi tunapopanga yetu kinyume, because for now it's